Hi, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and a warm welcome to day number 2 of the Workplace Wellbeing and Mental Health Summit. I am so happy to be here with you, and it is a real privilege to see all of you joining us in our different platforms. So please make sure that you let us know where you are joining us from. Yesterday, we had an amazing turnout from people all over the world. So I'm excited to see where you are joining us from today. So make sure that you leave it there in the comments. I am so excited to continue the conversations about mental health and well-being in the workplace. These conversations come at the right time. People now more than ever are feeling more overworked, more stressed, and with more anxiety. And I think it's not just because of work, not just because of what is expected, but also because of everything that is happening around us. So our goal today is for you to leave this summit with a clear idea of what to do next in your organizations and with some best practices for you to support our teams. Now, before we begin, and make sure that you leave in the comments where you are joining me from, because I love to see our global community. But before we begin, I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank our sponsors for this summit, Leading Pathways and Deep Care. So Leading Pathways Consulting empowers business leaders to transform their organizations by fostering workplace cultures rooted in care and connection. Through personalized consulting, they help leaders create environments where employees thrive, engagement soars, and excellence becomes the standard. So thank you so much, Leading Pathway, for being our sponsor and making this summit possible. And thank you also to Deep Care, a digital health company focused on improving employee well-being within the workday. Their AI-powered system provides real-time support directly at the desk, helping employees reduce physical and cognitive strain. Instead of relying on programs outside of work, Deep Care enables organizations to embed health into their daily workflows, supporting small continuous adjustments throughout the day. So thank you, Deep Care, for being with us today. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started because we have a full schedule with us today. And to kick things off, I'm very excited to present a keynote session. So this keynote session is brought to you by Deepcare, and during the session, our speaker, who I will introduce in a few seconds, will be talking about redesigning work for humans. And what does that mean? So for many of us, we can be sitting in front of our computers at our desks for hours every day. And at the end of the day, we are just so tired. And I don't mean just physically, I mean like mentally tired that we can't even have a proper conversation after work. So today our speaker is going to challenge us to think differently about something we all take for granted. Our desks, our work days, and what they're quietly doing to our bodies and well-being. So with that said, I would like to welcome Simon Fiechtner, who is co-founder of the health tech startup Deep Care, where he focuses on customers and partnerships and business development. As I mentioned before, Deep Care is a company dedicated to digital prevention and healthier workplaces. Simon, thank you for being here with us today, and welcome to day number 2 of our summit.
Thanks so much. And hello and good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, to everyone following now. I'm excited being here. So I'm having the huge pleasure of taking you on a little journey of learning about something which we intuitively all know, but all have to relearn very focused and actively because it's so easily forgotten, neglected, but so important for all of us. So taking you on that journey, sharing my screen for a second here. Wonderful. So I'd like to speak about why we are not built for this. So with this, I mean what you see on this picture and how it's about by far about time redesigning work for humans. I'm Simon. I'm one of the co-founders of Deep Care. We are a German-based and headquartered, but also US-based company and 5 years old, so rather fresh, but already kind of doing a quite widespread business in Europe and just entering the States at the moment. And I'd like to start with a short question. Think about yourself, think about your workday, think about your normal working days, maybe not today as you are on that special event, but any day other than this. When was the last time that in the evening you're closing your laptop and you still had energy left? Or to reframe it, we have normalized it as a society for all of us being white collar workers, being glued to a desk easily 10 or even more hours a day while living in a body which is designed to be moved. That's a clear mismatch, and that comes with quite high costs. Because if only we look at what happens to your body while statically sitting for only an hour, let's say, it's not that, I don't know, like when I'm in a factory, I'm in danger of cutting my hand or anything else. It's totally different while working silently at my desk because it's an accumulation. If only we look at 1 hour static sitting at a desk, my blood circulation, for example, slows down, especially in my legs. My muscles, my joints, they become statically overloaded and stiff. My metabolic activity and glucose processing decreases quickly. And looking at my spine and my discs in my spine, they remain under constant compressive pressure. And that accumulates slowly after time, hour by hour, day by day, week after week, month after month, year by year, decade by decade. And as we live in careers which we are designing and building for 30 or more years, we're doing it in a way and handling our body which just like doesn't long 30 years or more. So that not only comes with costs for my life quality, as I just showed, it also comes with a huge amount of costs for the whole society and for employers and the health system. Let's look only into the States. It affects one out of two adults, and musculoskeletal disorders create the highest chronic condition-based treatment costs, a massive number of $420 billion every year. That comes from a source, Evernorth, which is part of Cigna, one of the biggest health insurances. And that in the end is a cost block. It's a cost block on the balance sheet of every bigger, at least the bigger US in the US, like the self-insured companies, or in any other country, either the health society or the employers by themselves. So if we look at what Peter Drucker said, you cannot manage what you can't measure. And then we look into wherever there's high performance happening. And then in finance, we are so eagerly measuring any capital flow. In manufacturing, we are so precisely measuring all the precision going on in manufacturing. In professional sports, we measure performance, and Whoop brings this actually to each and every one of us. But then we're sitting on a desk in this little black hole 10 or more hours any day, and that is actually the largest unmeasured health determinant in modern organizations. We care about what we do after work and how we do the sports to compensate this, but you just can't outtrain a 8, 10, or up to 12 hours work day that you were glued to a desk, sitting there with too little movement, too little of hydration, like a shrimp all day long. And at that moment, shortly going back into my own history, I'm 36 at the moment. When I was at the age of 30, I have been working at tech company, Bosch, in the field of robotics, enthusiastically doing my job and working easily 10 or more hours a day. And I was one of all these many people that would have said to whatever well-being or benefits or any preventional offerings, like, thank you, I love doing my soccers in the evening, and while work, I'm just busy. Please let me do my stuff. That was my habit, and it was so many people, is still today so many people's habit. And then in my very personal case, this led to me ending up with PT sessions. So physical therapy sessions. I was there lying on the bench of my physiotherapist, getting a massage roll, like he was checking my body. And what he said is, Simon, with my fingers, I can see how much and how badly you're sitting all day long. Keep going, and you're gonna be one of these many people like constantly coming back into my consultancy. And that triggered something. Um, that is something that was the foundation in the end, that we as the 5 co-founders went out of Tesla, went out of Bosch, went out of these jobs that we had, mostly in the field of robotics, and then started doing something about all these time that we all spend on a desk every day and how we can actually redesign that. So what we actually need is less one after another. They are good, they help, but they don't solve, which is one after another awareness programs. What we actually need is that we redesign the way that we spend all these many hours every day at the desk. And the way that we are approaching this is that we looked at, okay, I can't change, at least not in a short notice and not even in the midterm, that we're still spending so much time at a desk. So what we need is another layer included into that desk work that allows us doing the things that actually matter, which is we need enough of ergonomic behavior. We need a good posture. We need to, most important actually, move and be dynamic during the day. We need to drink enough. So many offices are equipped in meanwhile with sit-stand desks, and then you walk through the offices and all the people are sitting. So these ones need to properly being used. We need that people become aware of when, for example, the quality of light or the quality of air or the noise level is in a bad level and needs to be adjusted. All these things that also then have an impact on my cognitive load. So how stressed I'm leaving my day has a lot to do with what focus times I had, how many interruptions I had. Even as a developer, for example, how much I ran into a focus fatigue. So all these things we know intuitively, but we so easily neglect during all these hours at a desk. So what we have designed is this little device here, kind of a smart tracker for desk work called ESA, which is your AI health coach. You put it on your desk as you just seen that video. It is equipped with different types of sensors. It's not a camera. You're not being filmed. It's a infrared 3D sensor, and it all is being processed locally without needing internet connection while usage. And that closed system sits on your desk with different types of sensors, understands your posture, your movement patterns, your sit-stand patterns, your hydration behavior, your environmental factors, how much focus time you're having during the day, how much back-to-back meetings you're following during the day, how much recovery times you're having in between, when you're floating into a fatigue mode, or when, for example, you're having lots of things that driving you, like bringing you out of focus. All these things being understood by currently 6 different deep learning algorithms running on the device, constantly at your desk. You can carry it to your office, your home office, wherever you work. And based on this, via the screen, you get a real-time live coaching, which does actually 3 things. It mirrors what you are doing and your behaviors, shows your patterns. It gives you in real time live hints whenever they are mostly needed. For example, showing a little exercise which tackles exactly that body zone which needs it at that very moment the most. And you can just follow that and do it as it is being shown to you at that very moment. And month by month or every 2 weeks, you can configure it as you like. It gives you a pattern feedback. It lets you set your own goals. And what happens is that little by little by little by little over time, you're building healthy habits as a new layer inside your desk work. Having three proof points of this. Number one is we have several scientific studies about it. This is one impact that came out of a study being done by the Technical University of Munich, which is kind of the MIT of Europe. And what they did is they followed in 50 different companies over 2,300 employees, which they have been distributed with ESA. And then what they, besides many other factors which they studied, they looked at the 12 months before usage versus the 12 months after start of usage. What was the difference in musculoskeletal disorders that led to leave days, which was reduced by 56%. Secondly, as another proof point, we are widespread in meanwhile in Europe in many different types of companies, from small one to the big players integrated in health insurances or workers' comp organizations. We got, and that was actually a live dream coming true, the Innovation Award in Digital Health of this year's CES in Las Vegas, which was also kind of our pull-in effect to get started in the States. And lastly, I know that's a lot of text, but worth reading. That is a original message which I got lately from actually a user or like a company admin from the biggest health insurance in the Netherlands, which they're having us in place. And what he is sharing here is actually what makes the difference, what I'm talking about. So again, as I also said earlier, we need to switch from awareness campaigns into a structural design, something that comes as a layer into how I'm spending all these many hours every day over my whole career while being at a desk. Because it's not a problem that can shortly being solved, it's something which needs patterns, positive, healthy patterns that last for 30 years, my whole career, and leaves me leaving my job afterwards in a good shape. And that is exactly what we see here and what we want to see in so many more companies happening. So that leaves me in the end with a strategical choice, which I guess all of us we can do. Either that specific topic of how we're spending all these precious hours every day at a desk can be kind of ignored, which in the end means that we are keep funding all these treatments which are deriving out of it. And that's not only the musculoskeletal topics. That was just like the one that that stood out and I showed here, but it's also cardiovascular, metabolism, and many also mental topics being connected to it. Or we go into redesigning the way that we spend all these hours every day at a desk. So that's in the end the invitation which I want to give. Maybe it is time to redesign work itself and the way we're spending the time at a desk. And now, finishing with this, I can tell a lot, of course, and I can kind of provide you maybe, and that is also like a part which I would like to spread with this, not only what we as Deep Care are doing, but also giving you a good impulse of where this whole world of well-being and the time at work is kind of developing into. I guess we are a good example of that. Also gives an impulse of new possibilities coming up, and that problems that we were getting used to over such a long time, we don't have to accept them anymore and actually can get enhanced in meanwhile doing something about it. And the way for you now to test if that could be something for you, which would be a good tool in your hands actually, I want to finish by inviting you into your own and free 4 weeks evaluation kit. All you need to do is scanning this code. You're gonna end up at a page where you can enter the sending address. We're gonna provide you with one test device, as you also see it here on that picture. And you can just kind of take this from theory into practice. And we won't spam you. We will gonna just like shortly ask you about feedbacks. That's also like something which actually you're helping us a lot. And you can just have that one on your desk and experiencing what, coming back to my very title, we can in meanwhile do to kind of change the way that we work at desks in a fundamental way, and adding all that way we have neglected for such a long time finally into desk work. So having that said, I would be very happy actually receiving lots of questions. Um, so actually, as I was presenting, I was not able seeing the chat. Um, the time that is left, I would be very happy seeing in the chat any questions coming up, um, and going directly into. So that's actually very good point. If that would be a further distraction while being under pressure. Good point. So actually what we're doing here, the fundamentals, what a person should do while work, it's clear. Like, that's not a rocket science. The actual rocket science that we're doing is that we can detect what's happening, and we can also detect the patterns of a person, so that we don't kind of overload a person with lots of hints all the time whenever it's actually quite a wrong timing, but kind of let it slip into the workday whenever it fits best, so that actually it does not become a big distraction. Actually, and that was also part of these different studies that we're having, which also you can download on our website, it can become a productivity push, because kind of whenever you have the right timing to do something about it, and you do it, you end up being kind of much more capable of than neglecting this. Then, hello, back to Nigeria. That's wonderful. Actually, guess that was the only question. If there are any further questions, um, please like put it into the chat. Here's also if that can be bought for individuals or only on an enterprise level. Um, then kind of we are mainly focused on companies, but we are on the way of, for the states now speaking, being ready for HSA, FSA, so that soon also individuals can go on typical HSA, FSA marketplaces buying it there. But that's something to become. It's kind of in technical preparation at the moment. For the moment, it is clearly focused on companies. But you right now, I'm gonna at the end once more shortly show that QR code, have the chance of testing that by yourself. Device back, good question. Yes, so for that testing purpose, we will kind of provide you on that address that you're giving us via that email address also a return slip that after the 4 weeks, and we're gonna give you a friendly reminder so that you can send it back, but without any costs on your end. So I'm once more shortly showing that QR code, and I guess then it's my time is over, and I have to leave the space for the great program following me. Shortly once more showing the QR code, inviting you testing this, experiencing this on your own, and seeing what game changer this can be for your daily work. So thank you very much, and I'm handing back to the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, so much for all the information that you shared and for sharing with us what DeepCare is doing and how you're using AI to support those of us who spend many, many, many hours at our desks. So thank you so much. We will be sharing also the link in the chat so people can connect with you in case they missed it, and also for those of the participants who watch the recording later as well. So thank you so much, Simon, for being here.
Thank you very much. And I also shared just my email address into the chat, so everybody is welcome reaching out directly, of course, also via LinkedIn. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right. I mean, that was a great conversation and a very point, or Simon made a very interesting point about, how work is being designed and what's really going on and how to redesign the work that we are doing. This leads us very naturally to our next conversation, where we will explore work design and mental health, specifically how we structure work in a way that actually supports sustainability and recovery. And to have this next conversation, I am going to ask our panelists, Wayne and Stephen, to come on stage with me. Hi, hello, welcome to the Mental Health Summit. Before we get started, because we have a lot to cover and not enough time, would you like to take maybe a few seconds to introduce yourself, Wayne, and then Steve?
Fine, thank you. Glad. My name is Wayne Tarkin. I'm a adjunct faculty at the University of Pennsylvania, where I teach agile leadership, working with AI, and I also work with HR leaders on some of the challenges they're facing. And one of those is mental health, and I'm looking forward to having the conversation with my buddy Steve.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Steve Hart. I work with Wayne on a number of projects together. We've formed an organization called the Agile HR Consortium. I'm also an executive coach and also an adjunct professor. I teach on the MBA program at Sales University. I was also with Wayne at Penn for 7 years before I took on this new role there. So great to be with you this morning. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Well, thank you both so much for being here and for being willing to share your knowledge with all of us. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Like I said, we have a lot to cover. But so when we talk about work design and mental health, what does sustainable performance look like in today's workplace?
Well, for me, it's basically, it's not about doing less. It's designing work so people can, be able to get things done. And typically, we confuse speed with sustainability. We reward urgency and responsiveness and availability, but we don't measure the hidden costs, things like fatigue, errors, rework, things like that. So I think sustainable performance requires clarity. People need to know what matters most, what can wait, where decisions get made, and what's good enough. I don't think performance and recovery should be seen as opposites. Recovery allows people to sustain their ability and move forward. So sustainable performance is not soft. It's what keeps high performance from becoming slow motion burnout. Steve, your thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Wayne. I think, when we talk about performance, most organizations think almost immediately about intensity and the output and the pace. But for me, sustainable performance is not about how fast we can go, but it's about how long we can go well without erosion of the human systems that are in our organizations. And I feel for me, sustainable performance is that ability to deliver meaningful results over time without compromising health, clarity, or dignity of the people doing the work. I'm a great believer in the human spirit of an enterprise, and we have to be preservers of that in the way that we run our lead and run our organizations.
The thing for me is, in this AI age, it's there's so much thrown at us and so much, at the same time. It's hard to kind of sometimes see the forest through the trees, and there's a demand for speed and more volume and things like that. And so, to me, it's about building the capability to handle this. I don't think right now at work we have the ability to handle all the things that are thrown at us. And so AI has a possible way to help that, but it also can hinder it if it's not done properly.
It almost reminds me, if I may, to for those of us who are runners, and if we have any runners here in the audience, most of the training or most of the runs that are done are recovery runs, where you run at a, not too fast, because the goal is to build that endurance to be able to go longer, right? So it kind of reminded me a little bit of that. So thank you. So moving into a more practical question, if you will, how can organizations create healthier rhythms of work that allow for focus, recovery, and renewal?
Steve, you want to go first?
Sure. Yes, I don't mind. I think that thinking about this question, I don't believe that many organizations have a workload problem so much. They have a rhythm problem. I love that idea of the rhythm of work. And I think that we should move in cycles in our work as opposed to in constant intensity. So there are three rhythms that I think about that I think are important. One is the focus. How much time are we spending? How much protected time do we give for focused effort? And that means, like, not and burdening people with meetings, or if where in your organization is focus actually protected as a means of attention to what it is going on. And then secondly, in the recovery, I'd say that, micro recovery during the day, real breaks between meetings is critically important, and permission to step away without penalty are things that I would really focus on. So recovery is not necessarily a reward for the work. It's a requirement for doing good work. And I think that's critically important. And in the renewal side, I think, I'm a great believer in giving people time to think, to reflect and learn. If we're not given these spaces to be able to do that, we're really not advancing. We need space for creativity and perspective to germinate and grow. And a big part for me is not about just doing the work, but making sense of the work. So those three things of focus, recovery, and renewal are critically important parts in the way I would construct and think about, again, thinking about the human system of our work. It's important to give these opportunities.
Steve, I love the concept of rhythm. I think that, it's hard to have a recovery and set boundaries if people are working 24 hours a day or in the weekends, right?
Mm.
The problem is our culture
Yeah.
doesn't supports that, encourages that, right? We're always connected. We always have to respond. If someone doesn't respond to your email in like 3 seconds, they're wondering if you're ghosting them or things like that. So, I think the important thing is, as leaders, we have to establish some boundaries. We have to, in the workday, create time for reflection,
Yeah,
for recovery,
absolutely.
right? If recovery only happens after people collapse, we're not managing well-being. We're managing the damage. And so the easiest way to look at that is look at the calendars. Your calendar might be the most honest indicator of your culture. If you have X meetings, if you have meetings at night and the weekends, and look at your emails. If you're responding to emails at 3 in the morning, or, those are not good things. And so as leaders, I think it's incumbent upon us to set boundaries, to say that, we're going to not interact in the weekends, we're going to have time for recovery, and we're going to make that part of the day.
Mm. I love the fact you made the connection to culture, Wayne, because to me, everything starts and ends with what is the culture of this organization? What are the unstated and unwritten rules of the
Yep.
road that drive people to performance in the workplace? And not very often we often go back to a cultural component that is driving the particular way of the thinking in the organization. It's critically important to evaluate that in the process of having the mental health and the wellness in your organization.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, I also very much agree with, it all starts with the culture and how that culture is built in organizations. And when you mentioned the role of leaders when it comes to, recovery and setting boundaries, and I'm over here nodding because I am a big fan of boundaries, but what role do leaders and managers play in creating these work environments that support both performance, which is important, but also well-being?
Yeah, managers are a lot of pressure, right? There's still pressure to reduce the, get the results, and now there's so much thrown at them all at once. And to me, they're really the translators of work design. They have to create a daily experience that
Right.
reinforces, prioritizes, a model for recovery and mental health. They have to be aware of the early signs, lead early indicators of burnout? Are slower decisions? Are people more irritable? Are people just nodding their head but not really agreeing? Um, they really have to say, what's getting in the way of good work in a sustainable way. I think that managers are not just managing people, they're managing conditions under which people do their work. And so, again, we're not really trained for that. We haven't been. So I know at the Penn and at sales, we're starting to incorporate that into our work, to focus on leader as kind of the facilitator. It's like the manager can either be, pressure amplifier, more pressure, or they can be a release valve. And so I think being the latter release valve is the most important thing.
Mm. There's many things I thought about when this question was posed, and I tried to, given that we're in very tight time, I tried to distill it down to three things that I think are really critically important, practical matters to think about when it comes to leaders' responsibility. And I think, and it's very much in line with what Wayne said, but it's the idea that leaders are designers of the work, they're not just delegators of it. And I think that means that you have to clarify priorities, reduce unnecessary complexity, and align expectations with the capacities. That's one of the critical roles. I think the second thing that leaders need to do is be regulators of energy and tone. So what leaders model becomes culture, as we've already said before. And if leaders are always on, others feel they must be also. So you cast a long shadow as a leader. So your own behavior has an indication to what it is that's accepted in the organization. And finally, maybe more importantly, I think creators of psychological safety around capacity. I think that's a really critically important. I've done a lot of work recently on psychological safety as a component in leadership development, and make it safe for people to say, I'm at capacity, I need some help. This timeline isn't realistic. If you don't have that openness as a leader, then I think you're really missing a critically important part in making sure that your employees stay well in the organization and have a healthy culture to do the best work they can.
I think managers are also important. They're responsible for shaping how AI changes the work experience, right? You have to identify where it helps or where it creates risk, where human judgment matters, and where speed should not override quality or care. It seems to me that, with all this AI, there's more friction around decision making, around learning, and they have to reduce the friction and create more flexibility, more encouragement. And they have to model it. They have to model the right use of AI. Are they using it in the proper way? Are they using it with the right attribution? And are they using it, appropriately, not on the weekends and things like that? So I think the leaders really have to, aside from kind of reinforcing the right culture, they have to demonstrate the right ways to go about it.
Yeah, I think I would just sort of close that section saying that if there's one shift that I would invite anybody to consider, it's stop asking how do we help people cope with work and start asking how do we design work that people don't have to recover from? Because ideally you would want to have the pace of work such that this need for that rapid and deep recovery is not needed because it's paced well and that we pay attention to how we've designed the infrastructure to support people in the workplace.
I love that, Stephen. I really like that question that you posed, and it's one that I don't think enough leaders out there are asking themselves,
No.
but it's such an important one.
They're definitely not asking that. Yeah, I think that's part of the shift that needs to take place. And part of the work that Wayne and I are trying to do when we do our leadership development work is really to tune people into this important part of paying attention, being attentive to the needs of people, sensitive and sensitized to the needs that they have to bring their best selves to the workplace.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is a recent occurrence. I mean, AI has been around for a while, but in terms of inculcating into the workplace, it's new, and so we can't expect to know all the answers. As we focus on our version of EBITDA, we have to iterate. We have to incrementally do things, and so we'll figure it out. But it takes time, and figure it out. As you go along, you figure it out versus planning at the beginning. So I want to just reassure everybody. It's going to take time and we're going to iterate, And that's why it's important, as you mentioned, to have a culture of experimentation where you can try things and not always expect to get a right answer, but use failure as a learning experience.
Yeah. I love that experimentation. That has been critical to our work, and we've seen a lot of leaders very reluctant sometimes to run experiments because it's about learning aloud in the organization. And if you fail, there's consequences. But if you can develop a culture of experimentation, I think it's a healthy place to be.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And I know we're running out of time, so I have one last question. We have about 4 minutes left. But my question is, how does the way the work is structured influence employee mental health, energy, and sustainability?
Well, I think work design is often considered as an operational issue, and it's important, but it's also a mental health issue. Um, you know, we have silos in organizations, and it's always hard to get things done. And when employees are faced with unclear priorities,
Mm.
constant context switching, lack of control, too many meetings, ambiguous decision making, unreal expectations, that causes burnout. That causes confusion. And so, we have to get a handle on that. We have to be clear about who makes the right decisions, who can make decisions. How do we learn from things? How do we scale things? People aren't burned out because they're weak. They're typically burned out because the work design is so poor. And so it's not about how people cope, it's how the organizations keep asking them to carry. If you carry too many meetings and too confusion and things change, that's overwhelming. That's frustrating. And so we need to focus on how do we clarify things? How do we figure out decision rights? How do we use learning more effectively in terms of scaling in the organization?
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Wayne. I think that is the new form of the learning organization today is one that's tuned into all of the things that Wayne said. We're heightened awareness and sensitive, and leaders have to become architects of human capability and be aware and understand the limits that people have and be ready to adjust and adapt into this world, particularly with the introduction of AI, where AI potentially can introduce a lot more choice and ambiguity. And therefore, we have to be more discerning in our ability to make choices and what we impose upon other people in terms of requirements of the work. So I think that whole idea of paying attention, being sensitive is critical in the way that we do this and become an architect of the human systems of work.
Yeah. I mean, AI is focusing on AI. You can bring AI into an organization and focus, but if you have a bad work design or bad, process, it's going to exacerbate the issue.
Yeah.
You're just going to get more bad things thrown at you more quickly. And so it's important that we look at our processes and we look at, expectations, and we make sure that they're really what we need or they're really what they value. We don't want to help AI make bad work design go faster. We want to improve the design so AI can actually give
Yes.
us more capability so we can be less burned out.
And become a true partner in that process as well.
Yeah, I agree.
I know that we can go on and on about work design and mental health and how the way that work is designed and organization and work is structured really affects the employee's performance and the business performance. But we unfortunately are out of time. However, I would like to invite everybody that is watching us to connect with both of you on LinkedIn to continue the conversation. And I know I saw a couple of questions there in the comments, in the chat. So I invite everybody to connect with Wayne and Steve on LinkedIn, and make sure that they post really interesting findings and things on their LinkedIn. So make sure that you follow them there. And before we wrap up, any last minute comments, Wayne or Steve?
I think, again, this experimentation mindset, just work with your employees, understand where they are, ask what their frustrations are, and then see, if it's around a culture, if it's around AI, too much thrown at them, just be aware of what they're experiencing and think about ways you can help alleviate that.
And I would just add, the more people feel that the work they do is meaningful, the more sustainable it becomes.
Thank you. That's a great way to close this conversation. So thank you again, both Wayne and Steve, for being here with us today and for getting us started for the rest of the day. Have a great day. And I will see everybody in a couple of minutes. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome back. And we've had some really amazing conversations so far. And I see a lot of questions and that are popping up in the comments. So please keep being engaged. Please keep sharing your thoughts, your ideas, and make sure that you connect with other participants, because that's what we do here at Hacking HR. We are the largest global HR community. And of course, a great way to get to connect with other people is through our events such as this one. So make sure that you connect, that you engage, and that you connect with our panelists and speakers as well. I do want to make one quick announcement before we dive right into our next panel, and that is for those of you who are watching us on LinkedIn. We will be sharing in the chat the StreamYard access link. That way you can watch us directly there. Unfortunately, LinkedIn has a time limit for live viewing, and you may be disconnected as the summit progresses. So to ensure that you don't miss any part of the sessions, we encourage you to join us via the webinar link that we are going to be sharing in the chat. All right. So with that said, we have been talking a lot about the way that work is designed and the effects that has on the employee's well-being. We've heard from our experts, and one of the things that was mentioned in our last conversation is the role of leaders and what leaders do. That really sets the tone for the culture of the organizations. So that will lead us into our next panel. And I would like to bring on stage our moderator for this upcoming. Hello, how are you? Good. I think it's good evening for you. Is that right?
It is. It's almost 6 o'clock p.m. here. So great to see you,
Oh
Brizia.
my
It is
goodness.
evening our side. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here and for leading and moderating this next panel. I will leave it up to you, and I will see you all in a little bit.
All right, fantastic. All right, good evening, everyone. Good to see you all and great to be with you all. My name is Wael Khouri. I'm the founder of Lopez Khouri & Associates. We were focused on HR transformation, leadership development, and organizational change that stays. And one thing I've learned working with leaders at every level is that employees really experience mental health at work, right? It's through the interactions with their managers, their peers, the daily behaviors, not through posters and policies and campaigns, right? So how leaders communicate, how do they respond under pressure, how do they give feedback and create psychological safety really shapes culture every single day. So I'm really looking forward to exploring what leadership behaviors truly make the difference. I'd like to turn over to our guest panel that has joined us today and have them introduce themselves. And then we'll welcome all in. Great to see everyone today.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi there. Hi everyone. Great to see you all. All right. I would love to kind of, have you introduce yourselves. If we'll go with Andrea.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Andrea DeJagger Jackson, co-founder of Limitless Growth Partners.
Fantastic. Mavish?
Hi, everybody. I'm Navish, based in Toronto. I lead the Center of Excellence for HR Transformation. Really excited about today's topic. Got a lot to contribute and to learn from fellow panelists as well.
Fantastic. Welcome, Carissa.
Hi, I'm Carissa Stowers. I lead our learning and development programs at Alert Media based in Austin, Texas.
Fantastic. And Fernanda, hi.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Fernanda. I lead the North America Leadership Development Team for an IT company, and I'm also based out of Toronto in like Mavish. So nice to meet you all. Happy to be here.
Great. Last but not least, Chelly, great to have you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Shelley Conley. I am the Director of Talent Management and Inclusion at Noble4, which is a cybersecurity training company. So if you ever clicked on a phishing link and ended up in cartoon training of some kind as punishment, that most likely was my organization. Super excited to be here.
You're the guilty one. All right. Well,
I am. Welcome.
We've met before. Great to see. Well, great to have you all. Really excited about our discussion today. I want to kick off with Carissa and really looking at the fascinating discussion we're all going to have. Just want to start off by asking, you've built leadership programs across, the full manager journey, from aspiring leaders to experienced managers. Where do you see the biggest gaps in how leaders are prepared to support mental health?
Yeah, I think that a lot of leadership training focuses on kind of this performance and process aspect of the role, which is, of course, very important. But I think that something that we can neglect is really the who, the human side. And that's something that we've really emphasized, and building the human side first. So these concepts of self-awareness, emotional intelligence, psychological safety and trust, radical candor. We build those sorts of skills before we ever get to performance management. And that's a big reason why we start with things like manager mindset for our new managers before we get to anything else, because new managers are often thrown into people leadership before really understanding what it looks like in terms of the emotional weight of that role.
Absolutely. And that's changing, I guess, over the years, correct, right? And looking at really what are the skills that managers do have or do require before they get in there and actually start managing and leading employees in the workplace, right? Do you see that evolving and changing over time, or how are you seeing things within your workplace?
I think we still see that case of somebody who's a really excellent individual contributor who moves into a management role and has all of the skills of that individual contributor, but not of the manager. So I don't think that the gap is really knowledge or desire, because a lot of managers know that mental health matters. I think the gap is kind of that skill and confidence of like, they don't know quite what to say. So they say nothing, or maybe they sing a little too much. So I think that maybe we see like a concern of, what is the right thing to say? It's not the level of care. Everybody wants to care for their employees. It's just understanding what's the right way to do it. And then also making sure that managers are taking the time to care for their own mental health. And that that's often, something that people thrown into management roles neglect, right?
Absolutely, taking care of yourself, and we'll touch base on that, I'm sure, right? In terms of how do you manage your employees and the emotional well-being of your employees, and when you're not actually a therapist, right? And maybe that fear comes from that, and I want to do anything, and everybody freezes and don't act, and then sometimes you could cause more damage. So it's giving them that confidence in what you can and cannot do, I think, right? So it's a very interesting to look at, and I know in our part of the world, I think that's something really we focus on and try and give managers that confidence. And moving on from there, I think, right? Obviously, companies do invest a lot in leadership training, and of course, not all training is successful, right? It doesn't always change the behavior you want it to change. So how do you actually ensure your programs shift how managers show up for their teams on a daily basis? What does really drive, behavior, and what are organizations getting wrong in this process?
I think that what organizations tend to get wrong is they confuse a training event with behavior change. Because a workshop or some sort of resource or focus, like that's an input. But we want behavior change. So that's an output, and that's going to require very different design. So the way that we've designed our programs is that learning really has to live kind of in that rhythm of work, not just in a training room. So we're building things out where, yes, we do bring people together in person or virtually in person for some amount of time, but then we're making sure that we're really thoughtful about what that follow-up looks like, and that connection point of repetition, building that community, not just that one-time event. And so there's things like, we pair role play with scenario-based learning, with radical candor exercises, so that there's a safe space for people to practice, and that builds trust and community within those manager-only spaces. And then they feel more confident and have that framework and that structure to be able to go back into the real world, test some things out, get some things right, get some things wrong. And then we bring people back together and say, okay, let's talk about how that went. So they already have this foundation of trust with us as their learning leaders and people leaders, and then with their community that they've built throughout either an aspiring manager training, early manager training, or manager excellence.
Yeah, no, that trust and building that continuity is extremely important. That's not a one-time event. Absolutely right. I'd love to bring in Fernanda now and kind of ask, so we often expect employees to be well-rounded, but what is the mental health cost of constantly working against, your natural strengths, right? It's a big question that's out there. And does that drain employees? Does that drain people? What's your take on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we tend to focus so much on what we lack and not in what we bring to the table. That's typically how we go about performance development or career development, oh, you're good at this and that, but here's where you need to focus on doing it. And sometimes trying to always meet that cookie cutter, definition of how you should look like can be draining, because you might be striving too hard to be someone you are not. And that is ultimately disengaging people. And we know what, stress levels go up. The most recent Gallup report from Wellbeing this year, 40% of the people daily report feeling stress, above, every day they're experiencing stress, a significant amount. And when that translates into employee engagement, the cost is, we have continued to drop in the last 3 years, according to the Gallup research, where managers particularly had the biggest hit of 9%, points below. And it's a lonely job, like what Teresa's saying, like they are, it's, you're alone, you don't know what you can say or you cannot. There's a mindset of, if I acknowledge that I don't know how to do this, or that I have a different style, how does that show up for me? So it's important that people really can identify where their strengths are actually lying. And I'm not saying that because you have talents, you just rely on them and that's it. You have to put the work. But if you focus on building on those talents you bring to the table, and you identify how they've helped you become more successful, in past experiences, you're going to be ultimately more likely to replicate those things and get better at it and feel happier, more engaged, and therefore more productive, have a better well-being. And there's statistics about that. So the cost can be translated into those productivity levels we're losing, right? And it's how can we help people thrive from building from who they are versus constantly looking at what they lack. And I just feel like that's a huge miss we have when we think about developing others.
Absolutely right. It's giving you that, exactly. It's giving them that confidence, right? Really looking at the strengths that they have, but what can you bring to the table, and use those to kind of get that confidence and repeat and continue that behavior and that ongoing process, right? Of managing, again, middle managers are stuck between upper management, the employees they have to take care of as well. Some of them are new leaders in the first place. So, and they're just kind of getting their feet wet sometimes. So very, very interesting to look at. Looking at kind of our next question, really for Andrea, I'd like to kind of get into, we talk a lot about leaders modeling, mental health. What does that mean? What actually has to change internally for a leader to show up differently for their team? What's really happening behind the surface, as we talked about before, right? So we kind of alluded to that for a bit. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's Fernanda had a thing that they're building from who they are, which was like a great segue into kind of how I was thinking about this. And so,
Yeah.
what has to change internally, is that lens that the leader sees themselves as, right? And their role as a leader within the organization. And so what I see is we often focus on what leaders do, their habits, their language, their practices. I don't all the time see a lot of focus on who they are when they do it, when they're doing it, right? And so people can feel that difference. A leader can say all the right things about mental health and still create pressure, fear, or hesitation without even realizing it or intending it at times. And so I find it's about self-awareness, understanding their own patterns under pressure, right? Their triggers and the often kind of unexamined beliefs that they hold about whether that be performance, success, what great leadership looks like, right? Because those beliefs show up in the moments that matter, right? Like how a leader responds to mistakes, or how they handle competing priorities, or how safe it feels for someone to speak up. So when that internal lens shifts, the team can feel it, often faster than leaders expect, because that psychological safety, we all know to be true, isn't just created by what you say all the time, right? It's created by what people consistently experience in your presence.
Yeah, no, absolutely true, right? And again, what you bring to the table, actually, every employee's and every manager's own experiences, own personality comes into this as well. So
Yeah.
again, a great insight into that as well. If we look at, kind of Mevish, a question for you. How do you make the business case for leadership behavior change, right? So ultimately, you gotta make a business case to upper management for that, right? How do you do that as a mental health intervention or program, right? When obviously, management or CFO is looking at ROIs, different ROIs, or looking at understanding, okay, fine, what do we get out of this, right? Where do you build that business case for this, from that point of view, which I don't like kind of, referring it to that way, but you do get those questions, right, from finance or upper management sometimes. How do you make that business case for leadership?
All the time, all the time, right? I mean, I would lead with the cost of inaction and not the benefit of action, right? I mean, what lens is, think about it this way. One burnt out senior leader cost the organization approximately about, say, 34% of their annual salary. And that's in productivity, that's mistakes, eventually even replacing that senior leader. And if you look at your top quartile managers, they retain about, say, 25% or more of your staff than your bottom quartile in your organization. So if you factor in turnover cost, which comes up to 50 to 200%, it depends on the seniority of the individual that we're talking about, right? Presenteeisms, just showing up, but cognitively you're absent, costs much more than absenteeism. It's almost like it's invisible in your current metrics because nobody's looking at this, right? Now, if you connect those numbers directly to data that you already have, when you look at manager behaviors, right? When you're kind of double clicking on your engagement surveys, when you look at your exit interviews, or let's say even your sick day patterns by team, right? That no longer is an HR story. That's a P&L story. And I mean, if you start from there, your CFO is going to be so glued to the conversation and you haven't lost them. Finally, they accept, oh yeah, this is really costing us. Mental health is really costing us, right? So they need to see this from a margin impact of managers who could quietly be destroying the value in the organization.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And I think one of the things that we notice is, HR professionals sometimes don't know how to put that business case together. And if they don't, that's an issue, correct? How do you communicate that story to your finance professionals or your finance or to upper management, correct? And make that business case correctly. And if it's a good business case, there's no reason why you couldn't sign on to it. And make sure you have that data. So extremely important and not something to be taken for granted. Shelley, kind of a couple of questions for you. I'd love your take on these two different items. So, what are some everyday leadership habits that build psychological safety without lowering accountability? Accountability is a huge thing with leaders, correct? Right? So how do you, what are some of these everyday leadership habits that can build psychological safety?
Well, one, I think it's like reframing the message in the sense of psychological safety and accountability are not opposites of each other. And I mean, like when it comes to, the mental health factor and even psychological safety, I think understanding as well too that it can be really nuanced when you're speaking it to multiple people and it can be received differently. And I mean, especially within the US, I mean, you're dealing with so many people and different types of backgrounds and experiences that they're all going to receive things that leaders do differently. So it's important to kind of decenter yourself as a leader and realize that even though this is the way that I do things, this may not be how this person is receiving it. And, and I think it's also important to understand that there's like cultural effects as well too, and things to take into consideration when discussing this topic, like, for example, for me with my background, like I'm Black and white, and in the Black community, it is a huge stigma to talk about mental health. And there might not even be a huge understanding around psychological safety, or I put belief in quotes because in my opinion, it's obviously not a belief. Like this is, science-based, is happening. That's why we have so many people on this call who are interested in this. And like understanding that psychological safety is these habits. It's literally just giving somebody consistency, clarity, predictable responses, or, allowing people to be curious instead of maybe humiliated when asking questions. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't need to be as complicated, because at the end of the day, people who are hired to do their job, they can handle high standards. What they struggle with is the unpredictability and the fear, especially in this current market where it's just like, I can only really speak right now for the US, but it's just like, with the influx of AI, the mass layoffs and everything like that as well too, like there's a high level of fear and uncertainty there and having to navigate that. And that's the part that they struggle with, not necessarily the standards at place. And so I think understanding by making the extra effort to have the skill set of giving clarity, giving, timely responses and stuff is not lowering the bar for somebody, but it's creating an environment where people can actually meet the bar without operating in that space of fear.
Absolutely. And again, coming back to kind of the role of leaders in this situation, right? And we talk about mental health at work, where do leaders underestimate their influence, right? They have a huge influence, positively or negatively, in these situations. Where do you think they mostly unintentionally underestimate their influence?
I think in their day to day, because I mean, there is a lot on leaders. And when you really break it down, it can sound overwhelming. Like, because just like what we were talking about in the beginning is that you have a lot of leaders who are probably promoted in like being high performers in their technical role. And then were promoted into this role that now requires to be multifaceted and have emotional intelligence and stuff like that. So there's probably a lack of realization that even in their tone, even in their facial expressions, their mannerisms, that can be received a different way. Like you can say one sentence, like, I feel like what's probably common for a lot of us in corporate is like, we need to move faster on this. And that one sentence can be interpreted 5 different ways across your team. Like some people may take it as like, all right, I'm down, let's get this done. Like if we need to move faster, let's get this done. Someone else will interpret that as like, oh, I'm not moving fast enough. They'll make it like a me problem and stuff. Or someone else will be like disengaged and be like, how do you want me to move faster? I'm already working 8 different jobs. And based off that one sentence. And I don't think managers realize that that's how that lands. And so it's like having to be able to have that conscious effort around that, because employees are going to constantly be scanning leaders for specific cues, whether or not it's safe to speak, if rest is actually respected, are they answering emails on weekends, is that expected, like all the unspoken rules, or is failure survivable, or am I going to be exited out as soon as I mess up, or you can have leaders who are like, hey, I'm an open book, like, like push back, like you can disagree, but it's like, can I really, like, what's about to happen? Like, am I going to have to hop on a Zoom call and I'm going to be fired after I disagree with you? Like, what's about to occur right now? So I think it's just remembering that employees experience culture through the daily interactions with their leaders. And I mean, employees will always remember the moment they felt dismissed, supported, embarrassed, or safe. Like those will always be core memories in their journey.
Absolutely. That reinforces their next actions and how they proceed forward with the relationships with their managers and peers, right? So really, really great points there. Jump into another set of questions here. Carissa, I'll go back to you. What have you learned about the role of managers in shaping psychological safety compared to company-wide initiatives or benefits?
Yeah, I think company-wide initiatives are really important. They help us set the intentions for what we want employees to know and understand about the ethos of the company. However, managers are the ones who are really going to set the reality when it comes down to it, because an employee's day-to-day experience is not going to be shaped by even the best mental health and well-being programs. It's going to be shaped by their direct manager. And also, if a manager never creates either the space for an employee to use those offerings, or in some way, whether it's direct or whether it's kind of coded, signals that there's not a place for vulnerability here, or there's weakness in asking for help or using those resources, then you're not going to have any utilization of them. So that's one of the reasons why we invest so heavily in our managers, from those who aspire to be managers all the way through, those who have been managers for years, because we know that manager and employee relationship is one of the key, if not the key, to psychological safety and to well-being at work. And a manager who can do that is really a better intervention in mental health than any program that we can offer.
Absolutely. And going back to that, into the core being the manager themselves, there are those day-to-day behaviors that they have to exhibit, and those have the biggest impact on the employee mental health, right? So what are those specific behaviors that you think have the biggest impact on their employees?
Yeah, I think that Shelley referenced a couple of these already. But I think that first of all, just being able to be vulnerable and normalize imperfection. So being able to say, hey, I have this challenge, and here's what I'm going through, obviously within appropriate boundaries, but that gives the employees the permission and the freedom to do the same. I think another big thing is really quality, consistent one-on-ones, not just status updates or let's look at programming. That's something that is one of our key investments, is helping managers understand how to think about the holistic employee as they're building those relationships and the one-on-ones, not just how are you doing so that we can move on and get to the good stuff, but understanding that the good stuff is understanding that full person. And I think some of the other big things are just following through and consistency. And we've probably all experienced those people who we aren't really sure what version of them we're going to get when we enter into a one-on-one. And it's the same for small children as it is for employees in a workplace. That consistency builds a sense of safety and builds a sense of trust. And being able to show up in the same way, no matter whether the situation is stressful, whether things are going well, that helps your employees know what to expect and to know who they're getting each time that they interact with you.
Exactly. Not just asking that question, taking it off, and moving on next. So it's really building that relationship with those employees from that point of view, beyond what you have the working for you at or doing, correct? So, and again, there's barriers to managers really prioritizing mental health, right, Fernanda? I think it's really, how do you, what are the biggest barriers that you see, right, with managers to prioritize mental health? They're focusing on different things. It may not be instinctively to them, or they're not necessarily trained to kind of prioritize that. What are some of the barriers you've seen with managers in prioritizing mental health in their teams or departments?
Yeah, I think Carissa already alluded to a lot of the things I wanted to say. I'm cheering for what all she said. I'm yeah, spot on. But I do believe that, and Carissa also mentioned it earlier in her other responses, I believe there's a lot in the mindset and how we have been educated and brought up. It's about, there's this concept which probably some people, or many people hopefully, are familiar with, this concept of fixed and growth mindset. We all have it, but our systems, our environments are so designed to reward perfection, being the smartest person in the room. I need to know it all. And then when you become a manager, there is this self-imposed or there's this belief that I am expected to know everything. We've talked about like how I was a top performer, then I moved into this managerial role, and it's a different game, you know, to play. I gotta get results done through others. It's no longer on me alone, right? So making that shift is like, I still need to be the smartest person in the room. I need to have an answer to everything. So I do believe that's the biggest challenge that comes to mind when managers are, you know, even allowing themselves to show up authentically and just recognize, you know what, I'm also struggling. I'm also feeling anxious, uncertain. I'm this particular project is being very challenging to me. And the fact that they feel they can't acknowledge or share any of that is also creating a barrier for them to actually open that door to their own employees. So it starts with self. You know, you want to get them to trust you. You got to extend the trust yourself first, and you got to allow yourself to be vulnerable and share those things. Because to Carissa's point, you normalize that struggle is real, that some things take more effort, and it's okay, that we can celebrate progress over perfection, because then we are driving different behaviors. And when we're only, you know, like reinforcing the behaviors about the smartest input, the end results, but we never acknowledge the journey, then it can be a very lonely journey. So I think that's one of the biggest barriers. And the second barrier that I would say for mental health is we don't even know how to name what we are experiencing and feeling. And there's a quote that I'm going to steal from. It's not from Brené Brown, but it's in one of her books, which is, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." And when I can't even name what I'm feeling, what I'm experiencing, I can't really control it or manage it in a better way. So sometimes it starts with self. We've mentioned that before, but if we are able to even name those emotions in ourselves and recognize what's going on, only then can we move on to, you know, pick up what's happening in the people we're leading. So I'd say those are two things that can get in the way. Yeah.
Absolutely, so true. And again, how do you articulate, you know, what's going on with you? Essentially, from that point of view, is you know, that needs training and guidance and a lot of different support to get that ability within people. And that ties into my question again. You know, so next, I guess, you know, so to Andrea, you know, how do you know, what has to shift, right, for leaders, you know, for this to become a competency for leaders, right? We're not just talking about just a small skill set. This has to be a leadership competency, right? How do we do that? What has to change? What do we need to do for that to become a competency, not just another initiative within the HR department?
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like a lot of the sentiments that have already been shared, right? It's, you know, I've heard around mindset, you know, not necessarily having to know everything. You know, leaders are human too, right? At the end of the day. And so as we think about developing leaders, it's being able to help them do the inner work as well, right? As they think about who they are when they're showing up with their teams. They're human. They're navigating their own pressures and challenges in life, right? And so kind of that shift happens when, you know, mental health is treated as a leadership responsibility, and leaders having the mindset of how do we create the conditions for our team to thrive, right? And it's reflected in that, I've heard, a consistency, right? That consistent behavior day in and day out, that it's grounding for them, right? But that also starts with accountability. So the moment we also measure and reward how results are achieved, not just the results themselves, whether that's a healthy culture team, you know, psychologically safety in the team, we signal that this matters. So at the same time, accountability has to be paired with capability. So, you know, I often say that people can't do what they can't imagine, right? In theory, we know that it's important to create the conditions for teams to thrive and for the team to feel safe. They also need to be able to understand that it's not just managing mental health, but shaping that impact every day.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And tied into that, Mavish, I got a question for you, right? You know, is there a risk that focusing on mental health really, you know, kind of puts leaders in a place of responsibility for things that, you know, could be out of their control, or things that they potentially could be, you know, you're really taking on more than you can chew, I think, intensely, right? You know, so what's your take on something like that, right? In terms of what leadership can or cannot control in this situation?
Absolutely. And that boundary is extremely important, right? I mean, both legally, ethically, as well as practically. Leaders are not therapists. I think that's what you said at the beginning of the call, right? And they should never be positioned as such. The role is not to diagnose, not to treat, not to carry on let's say, mental health intervention for a team member, right? Their role is also not to make it worse and to create conditions where people can thrive and do the best work ultimately. So the distinction between these environmental, let's say, risk factors, which leaders own, and individual vulnerability, which they do not. So a leader kind of controls workload reasonableness, right? I mean, what is my team at capacity? Can I load them with more, right? Do they have the appetite to do more? Role clarity, or let's say interpersonal fairness and psychological safety. That's all within the remit of a leader. And those are organizational inputs. When someone brings something else from home, let's say baggage, I mean, let's say neurology, their history, outside stressors, that all fits outside the leader's lane. So the problem in most organizations that I notice is that there isn't a clear distinction between the two worlds, right? So what happens is managers go in this overdrive of engineering and working into the zone that they shouldn't be working in. And that does create a bit of burnout, trying to solve, let's say, mental health support or being that mental health support worker, right? And it's not fit for purpose. So I feel that as HR professionals, our first role is to define that boundary really clearly in the organization, build it in your capability framework. Train managers to hold on to it, right? And ensure that there's clear escalation pathways to seek for professional support when you hit that point with a person, right? Clear boundaries doesn't mean that it reduces care. It means it creates sustainable care in an organization.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, and this comes to HR's role in defining and supporting and telling managers exactly kind of, this is the boundaries, this is what we can and cannot do, and this is where kind of we help you kind of be able to kind of address these areas, and so they feel supported in carrying out their day-to-day mission with their employees, right? Love to round out, before we run out of time, a couple more questions to the panelists, and going back to Carissa, what are a few simple practices that encourage managers to build into their routines to better support their team's well-being? What are some of those practices you can recommend?
Yeah, I think there's things that are so easy to do and we kind of forget about them. One of the ones that I really like is to build kind of an energy check-in in a team meeting. So saying, everybody, how are we feeling today? Let's go around the room. It establishes this being able to have the conversation around how are you doing? How are you feeling? Not just in a moment of crisis, but being able to model that that's a conversation that's ongoing and not just something that it kind of takes this, let me get up the courage to say this, if you're comfortable with kind of doing that on a regular basis. Another thing that I think is really important, and it's already been alluded to a few times, is being able to model your own boundaries. So saying that I'm going to take this afternoon off, and then fully signing off and not responding to emails or Slack messages and truly disconnecting. And then I think the one that I'll just close on is being able to name what you're noticing in somebody. And, we get to know our teams, and as leaders being able to say, I've noticed you've been a little bit quieter than usual. Is everything okay? Maybe it is. Maybe they're just a little bit quiet because of, it's a one-off. But being able to model that you're noticing, that you're paying attention and you understand that person, and that you can see when something's a bit different, I think really shows a true level of care.
Absolutely. Being attuned and being aware of your surroundings and your employees and what are you noticing, and just kind of digging in there always helps, right? And taking the time to kind of, put that initiative in there, right? Again, Fernanda, is there any ideas you'd like to leave the audience with before we sign off in a couple of minutes, right? What is your take?
Yeah. I think that the one idea I want to share with everyone in the audience is come from a place from asking more than telling. I think that's a very powerful tool that you can leverage every time in every check-in conversation, even how you give feedback. Ask for their input first. They will let you know to what extent they are aware of certain things. They will let you know what is getting in the way. They will let you know they will realize they know more than they even thought they knew. And through just encouraging more questions and being curious rather than jumping into solving things for them or assuming that this is the way I need to support them or I need to be this therapist that was mentioned, like you're going to find that through questions you can get a better understanding of what's going on there. It's a great way to empower them. It's a great way to know them. It's a great way to connect with them and just being curious rather than reactive or answering to respond or being the hero of the day by you solving things. Like, just pause a little bit more and ask more questions. I think it's a very powerful thing you can do every time.
Yeah, absolutely. Being receptive, being open, and just, getting, when somebody comes to you as well, just getting there and start to listen first, I guess, right? Obviously, that's the first thing to do, and then taking it from there, right? And Andrea, again, this comes down to the question of, what are conversations that managers are still not having, in the workplaces today that really can impact mental health at work?
Yeah, I'd say as we end off, the top one that I see sometimes, or don't see actually, is that conversation they're having with themselves, right? Like I said earlier, they're human too. They're navigating a lot in organizations. And so being able to focus on what they can control, right? And being able to anchor themselves in their values and who they are will allow them to show up more authentically, more real, creating connection with their teams, and not expend so much energy on things that are beyond their control.
Yeah, great. Mavish, what do you think is the most underrated leadership behavior for mental health?
I thought you would never ask. I would say clarity. Ambiguity is one of the biggest hidden stresses at work, right? When people don't know what's expected of them, when they don't know how decisions are made here or where things stand with them, their brains are always filled with what if, worst case scenarios. It happens to all of us all the time, right? So clear expectations is not micromanagement. I think we owe it to our people to be really clear, and clarity is kindness. I read that somewhere. And it's such an important, let's say, mental health infrastructure. So let's start with the basics, right? Clarity. Let's just give them clarity.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. And I think we're kind of closing in on time. I'll just toss in a question and anybody can jump in on this, right? Again, so in terms of the leadership impact, what is the most underestimated in your organization today, I guess, right? What have you seen within your organizations on this in terms of a leadership behavior that has to change, I think, right? That everybody should be focusing on?
I think it's been mentioned here, but it's worth being mentioned again, and that curiosity. And so particularly under pressures, leaders feel they have to have the answers, or teams feel they have to have the answers. And so when the pressure is on or something doesn't go exactly as planned, it's kind of leaning in, I think, with curiosity and seeking to understand and brainstorming. I often said to one of my teams in the past, it's like, we're going to win or learn. And so if we didn't win this time, we're going to get curious and kind of find out what we like, what we didn't like, and give ourselves permission to make a change. And so it's kind of leaning in with that curiosity.
Absolutely. It's really about becoming intentional, looking at the environment that you create every day, I think, within the workplace as well. It's not about becoming a therapist, right? And it's all those different behaviors are there, right? In terms of trust, we talked about trust, listening, the consistency, the continuation of these patterns, right? And building that psychological safety are really, really important to build that environment, right? It all ties into the culture that all the managers and leaders build within there as well. I'd really like to kind of thank you all again for joining us today. I really appreciate you all, Mavish, Andrea, Jelly, Fernanda, and Carissa. Thank you really a lot for all your inputs, very valuable lessons learned today, and then and thanks again for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, everybody. Welcome again and hello. So thank you to our moderator and our amazing panelists for that important conversation on leadership. And I saw some of the comments and questions that are coming up in the chat, and a lot of the questions and comments had to do with what about managers, right? What about the managers that work with the employees, and how do we support them? So that is exactly the topic of our next panel. But before we go into our panel, I have just a quick announcement, if you will. As a reminder, we are recording all of the panels, all of the sessions, and we will make them available for free next week. So if you haven't signed up for a Hacking HR account, please make sure that you do so, because next week we'll be sending instructions on how to access the recordings and how to download your digital certificate of attendance. And if you are a premium member or a premium plus member, you will also receive information on how to download your Credly badge and your HR credit. So make sure that you sign up to get a Hacking HR account. And also, if you are sharing anything that you're learning from this summit in social media, make sure to tag Hacking HR there as well. I would love to see what you tag us on and comment and maybe like it. So anyways, diving into our next panel, as I mentioned, managers are in one of the hardest positions in the organization, because they are being asked to deliver results. They are being asked to support their teams, navigate change, and also be a mental health resource, and often without training and without bandwidth. So helping our managers actually support mental health is one of the most concrete things that an organization can do. And that's what we are going to get into right now. So I would love to have Jonathan, our moderator for this panel. Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for being here and for leading this important conversation. I will leave it up to you now, and I will see you in a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a timely conversation because, as we looked at day one and already at the beginning of day two, we have identified as HR professionals that workplace well-being strategies, how to identify mental health concerns and challenges in the workplace, and how that correlates to organizational performance. And really, we have a panel coming in that's going to really deep dive into, we just heard it in the last panel from leadership practices. What are those behaviors that are shaping leaders to manage and influence mental health? Now we're going to really deep dive into managers' capability of mental health, and what does that actually mean, and how us as organizational leaders and HR leaders can really equip managers to support mental health effectively with their teams and also with them as well. I heard in the last panel, Gallup actually did a poll several years ago, and they coined the term the manager squeeze. So up to 75% of managers globally are experiencing high stress, and we've heard that through all the panels yesterday and even today. That is often exceeding their team's own stress levels. So that's due to responsibility for business outcomes, conflicting priorities that they're getting, and of course what we heard, the manager squeeze, which is the being in between employees and upper management. And those key stressors are heavy workloads, supporting multiple, we heard it from the keynote this morning, supporting remote hybrid work teams and also in-person work teams, and navigating really significant new unpredicted workplace norms, organizational restructures, rifts in some circumstances, and new technologies and implementing those. That is really causing managers to feel the pressure and be always on, which is causing them to feel isolated, disconnected, and lack of support from their peers and sometimes from HR. So that's what we're really going to dive into today as we talk about manager support. So if we can, if we can bring the panelists on board, we're going to really go into the practical applications of how us as organizational leaders, but also HR leaders, can equip our managers to really have effective mental health, support mental health in their teams. So I like to go around to do quick introductions from everybody. Please say who you are, who you represent, and where you're calling in from. I forgot to mention I'm calling in from rainy Maryland today. So do a quick personal introduction and a quick reflection on why this topic is so important to you. So I'll start, Vanessa, we'll start with you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Jonathan. My name is Vanessa Matibag. I am the founder of Outside Lead HR Solutions. I've been in the HR space for over 20 years. So Outside Lead HR Solutions, we provide fractional HR support to social impact and mission-driven organizations. The other question, as to your other questions, just really reflecting how important this conversation is. If you try to imagine where the manager sits in the organization, he's in the middle ground, where above you have the leadership pressuring them for deliverables, and then on the other end of that is having a team that you need to be supporting. So really the manager's role in terms of his well-being and being able to manage through those different roles is really very important. So this conversation is really very, very timely.
Oh, thank you, Vanessa. And I can't wait to hear some of your practical advice on how we're going to help equip our managers and organizations. So Maria, I'm going to pass it off to you. She might be frozen. So Carla, let's go to you next.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Carla Zlatoritz, and I've spent the last 8 years working in human resources with a strong focus on people, culture, psychological safety in the workplace. This topic that we're discussing today is deeply important to me, not just professionally, but personally. I've seen firsthand how mental health challenges can impact every part of a person's life, including the workplace. And the perspective has shaped how I approach leadership in HR. And I really believe that people do their best work when they feel supported, psychologically safe, and valued. And I'm also passionate about helping reduce the stigma around mental health in the workplace by creating more open, honest conversations and cultures where people feel safe to ask for support. I'm genuinely excited to be part of the conversation today.
That's great, Carla, and I love how you used the word culture, right? Because that's going to be a key theme that we pull throughout our conversations today. So Maria, you're up and running now. As Maria gets her sound on, we'll go to you, David.
Great, thank you. Yeah, really happy to be here today. My name is David Gaspin. I am an HR leader and executive coach.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Maria. So after David goes, we'll come right to you.
Thanks. Yeah, I was saying I'm a HR leader and executive coach for about the last 25 years. I've been building and leading HR functions.
Can you hear me now?
In growing organizations. And I'm calling it from New York City area. And this is important to me because the managers at the end of the day are the delivery mechanism for well-being of all kinds in the workplace, right? Psychological safety, mental health. And in a lot of cases, companies leave them totally unequipped for that job. And that's where, all the good intentions in the world can go to die if it's not handled right. So, fixing that gap, really enabling managers to be that first line of defense for mental health and well-being is, to me, one of the highest leverage moves a company can make. And it's almost always underinvested and underestimated.
Yeah, I agree, David. And I think pulling from that as well, one of the, going before we start defining what does manager capability for well-being actually mean, I think a common theme that we heard yesterday and even in the previous panel is performance, right? How do you balance organizational, team, and individual performance with well-being support, especially when an employee's mental health might be impacting their outcomes or their output. So based upon that, I'd love to hear all of your thoughts on that. And then we'll go into defining and looking at some characteristics. But that is like a key theme that we've been hearing throughout the summit is performance outcomes and managing and balancing that well-being support. So Carla, let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you. I loved hearing those points, David. I totally align with that. I think the key is recognizing that performance and well-being aren't competing priorities. So they require different responses in different moments. So when someone's mental health is impacting their output, the first step is to lead with curiosity and care. What's going on is usually my first question. What support might help? That could be flexibility, adjusting workload temporarily, and connecting them to resources. But support doesn't mean removing expectations altogether. It means being clear on what success looks like right now. And sometimes that means redefining things for a period of time. And transparency between the manager and the employee is really important here, because having honest conversations about what's achievable, what's going to change, and what support is in place creates trust on both sides. And over time, there's that gradual return to full expectations. And so as the employee stabilizes, it's about, not about a permanent lowering of the bar, but about a thoughtful adjustment.
Yeah, that's great, Carla. And you mentioned a piece that we might follow up on is really what is HR's role and that manager's role and where those handoffs are, right? And how you're supporting the employees. So David, based upon that, because Carla did pull on some of the threads from your intro, what are your thoughts on that balance?
Yeah, I think Carla nailed the main point, right? Which is that the framing of performance versus compassion is a false choice, and that these things can live together and live in harmony, right? Managing performance is not at the expense of managing mental well-being and vice versa. And so a manager's job is to hold both of those things at the same time, right? Hey, I see you're going through something and I want to support you. Also, here's what I need from this role, and here's what we're going to do together to make that happen, right? That's not unfeeling. It's not cold. That is, to me, the purest form of respect that a manager can have. And so I think, a lot of managers avoid performance conversations out of fear because they think somebody might be going through something. They don't want to upset the apple cart. They're doing it out of compassion, but that's protecting the manager, not the employee, because it's protecting them from something, a discomfort that they're not wanting to have. And so even though I think conflict avoidance and kindness can look similar from the outside, they're not the same thing. That's the piece that we really need to help managers lean into.
Yeah, David, especially in environments where managers might be constrained from labor laws and you name it, in certain environments that they might be reluctant on having those conversations with employees. So Vanessa, I'd love to get your thoughts on that balance as well, about really finding that performance expectations and well-being support.
Yeah, I think David and Carla said it well, and I concur with everything they said. So it's not an either or. So sometimes the biggest mistake managers do is they just pick a lane. Maybe they avoid talking about what is bothering the employee because they probably don't have the right equipment or the right tools to have that conversation. So I think, as I said, it's not an either or conversation. So it's being honest about what the expectations of the jobs are, and then actively looking at what is getting in the way of achieving those expectations. So support and accountability really, as Carla said, they're not competing. They go hand in hand.
Yeah, very much so. And Vanessa, we're going to come right back to you because Natalie in the chat, you're right, Natalie. Like, how managers are not necessarily trained to support mental health. So, part of that is really defining what this is for managers. So, Vanessa, how do we define managers' capability for well-being? That's the panel today, and what does it look like in practice?
So I think, and I heard this from the other panel as well. The first one is managers are not therapists. They're not mental health counselors. So having defining manager capability means having a set of skills that you learn, that you perform or you exhibit consistently. So for example, what does that mean? Maybe one is a manager has to be observant and notice those and keep track. You have a nose on picking up changes or behavioral shifts in your team. For example, somebody who used to be very vocal in meetings suddenly go quiet or withdrawn. And so you have a keen sense of observation. You have a nose into your team's behaviors and you notice those behavioral shifts. Second is knowing and having the language to open up a conversation. So for example, you don't even have to sit down and have formal check-in. And so just saying, hey, Jonathan, I notice you haven't seemed like yourself lately. Is anything wrong? Is there anything? So that opens up the conversation and sets the stage for you to start having that. Okay, what does my team member need from me, and how can I support this team member? And thirdly is also making sure that knowing when to escalate the problem, recognizing and distinguishing, is this a work problem or is this something deeper? As I said earlier, managers are not therapists, they're not mental health counselors. So if you recognize that and you see that, hey, this is something deeper, then you're able to maybe direct your team member to support, whether that's going to HR, or if you have an employee assistance program, or even professional mental health counselor. So recognizing, is this a work problem versus something deeper, and directing them to the right support. So for me, a manager has that capability to an indication that the manager is really doing his best to support the well-being of his team is when they create that environment. We talk about psychological safety since yesterday. When they create that environment for their team to be able to, for their team members knowing that, okay, I can go to Jonathan, I have this issue going on, before it escalates into a crisis. He knows that I can go to my manager, I can talk to him, I can sit down and have this conversation and be honest, because my manager has created and has demonstrated consistently that he has set the stage for me to trust and have an honest conversation. So I think that's one of the things that, for me, that defines what manager capability is for supporting the well-being of his team.
That's great. And, providing that with capability of managers is the culture around that, right? And you mentioned it numerous times, Vanessa, around culture. And so, Carla, you mentioned it in your intro as well. Like overall organizational culture to support not just managers, but employees. What is HR's and senior leaders' role in that and creating that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think this work really only succeeds when HR and senior leaders are aligned and equally committed, because culture is shaped by both what the organization says, by what the leaders consistently model. So HR's role is creating that foundation, being, building those frameworks, the policies, the training, and supports that help managers lead people well. HR should equip managers with practical tools, how to recognize signs of burnout, and how to have psychologically safe conversations, and how to balance the support with accountability as well. Because where to direct for additional resources, like Vanessa was saying, like what if you need to escalate, where are those resources and additional help if the employee needs it. But HR also plays an important role in holding up a mirror to the organization, using data, employee feedback, and trends to identify where is the culture or leadership practices that also may be negatively impacting the well-being. So executive and senior leaders are the ones who truly set the tone, and employees pay attention to leaders and what they reward, what they tolerate, and what they model. So if leaders speak about well-being, but consistently reward overworking, unsustainable performance, that culture won't shift. So leaders have to make well-being visible in how they operate. So through realistic expectations, healthy boundaries, transparency, and accountability on how results are achieved, not just how results are getting done themselves. So I think one of the most important things organizations can do to support managers as humans as well. We ask a lot of our managers, like as our panelists were saying, emotionally, operationally, and relationally. If they don't feel supported, it becomes very difficult for them to effectively support their teams. So ultimately, culture is everyone's responsibility, but leadership's behavior is what brings culture that credibility.
No, agreed. And the comments that are coming in are spot on with how we're transitioning this. Part of having resources is great, but the topic of mental health alone can be scary for managers just to embrace, right? Without feeling that they need to be an expert. Where can I go? Is this additive? This is something in addition to my job, right? So, David, based upon that, how do you make managers comfortable with addressing and promoting mental health without overwhelming them?
Yeah, I think that's such a key question, right? And there's a couple of different levels of response that I'm going to give to that. One is on the purely practical, actionable side. And this ties into some of what has come up in the other questions and also some of what we're seeing come up through the comments. There needs to be, this goes back to Carla's question about what can leadership and HR do to help, is there needs to be some clear guidance on where resources are, what triggers need to be. Like I highly recommend for every person in a people management role to go through at some point a mental health first aid training, which I think does a really fantastic job of drawing those lines between what the manager's role is as an observer of behaviors and where things can get handed off to somebody who is more qualified to deal with mental health. I think the other thing is it's scary because of the words that we use. And specifically, I'm going to say mental health, right? Maybe we don't call everything mental health because when we talk about mental health and well-being, that's a really broad topic, right? Because it's everything from psychological safety to, and kind of basic feelings of belonging to more serious, more diagnosable mental illness issues. It can be that entire spectrum. And that's not something that managers want to take on themselves, right? Because when you say mental health to a manager, they start hearing something clinical. They start hearing liability. They start hearing, hey, like that's above my pay grade, right? So I think to make them comfortable, it's super important to train them on observable behaviors that they already know how to manage, right? Somebody who was super engaged is now becoming more withdrawn. Somebody who was always really reliable started missing deadlines. Somebody who's always been really active in meetings, like now is going quiet, right? Because those aren't about mental health per se. They're just manager conversations. And these are the things that managers hopefully already have some instinct and some skill built around. But as soon as it starts getting labeled with mental health, a lot of managers stop trusting themselves. And I think the other piece is normalize that check-in before there's a problem. If the only time that a manager is saying, no, really, how are you, is when something's wrong, then that's a flag, right? That's a flag that, oh, this conversation means there's something happening, and then the employee can clam up and the conversation can go south. If that's a regular question in one-on-ones that managers are asking, A, it signals that this is a topic we can talk about. But B, it shows that when something is off, the question is there because the manager wants the answer, not because the manager is trying to hint at something is off. And so I think, you can go from the super practical to the more philosophical, but there's a whole collection of things that I think we can just impart through practice and repetition and training that help managers not feel so overwhelmed when dealing with mental health and well-being of their teams in general.
David, you pulled on something that is really key. It's how do we equip managers to support mental health effectively? How do we support managers to become effective managers, right? And part of that really stems from, and I say in the HR sphere, depending on where you are in your organization, be it HR directors, HR business partners, that partnership with managers is key. Because that's where, Carla, you mentioned in the handoffs, right? The handoffs of who is doing what and who's having those conversations. If managers are having effective conversations and performance conversations and just personal conversations with their team, that partnership with your HR partner are going to be key in providing the right, okay, manager, here's how you can deal with this. We really need to move that over to employee relations. Or, oh no, that's now a legal issue. Or this is something that we have resources on, or this is something we may need resources on. So I think that's key. So David, pulling on what you just said, Vanessa and Carla, I would love to hear your thoughts on what other metrics do you see as best metrics that you can, as HR leaders or organizational leaders, can say, hey, manager, this is what we're seeing on your team. We may need to address that. So what are some of I'm throwing this at you in the moment, but what are some metrics that you've seen? We'll start with you, Carla, that are good metrics to partner with managers out there.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I think, first of all, you have to know your managers and what makes them tick, because it's not a one size fits all. Not every manager, not like, every metric or strategy or program or, coaching conversation is going to work for every manager. You're going to have managers who prefer to kind of keep surface level with their employees. You're going to have managers who are, coming more in depth with their team. So you really have to know your managers and kind of go to their strengths of like, hey, and when you're checking in and with your employees, it's like, how do you support those managers to kind of really, have that spidey sense with their team? Like, as, David was talking about, it's like kind of more about that. I notice you're being quiet and when you normally are speaking up. I notice you're coming in and maybe it's a shift in how they're presenting on their, their wardrobe, or how their kind of energy levels is. And it's having that spidey sense and being proactive and kind of being able to kind of catch things before they escalate. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, properly or not, and what you're looking for, but I think that, like I'm seeing in the comments, people are saying, like, mental health training isn't always the answer, and it's not for every manager, but for some managers it is, and they want that training and they want to soak that up and go, thank you for giving me the language, thank you for giving me the framework of what I can say and what I shouldn't say and what's out of line. And then other managers are like, I don't really want this training, I prefer HR to handle it. So it's really about knowing your managers and like what they need and what they're asking of them. So I like to ask my managers, like, how can I be of service to you in this moment? I notice that you're working with an employee who may or may not be going through a mental health infliction. Not saying that they are, but we notice some changes. We're having some spidey sense. How can I be of service to you?
Yeah, great. Vanessa?
I think one signal is if you have a higher turnover rate for managers than staff members. If you have your managers, a lot of managers leaving, so the high turnover rate is higher for managers, then that would signal that there is something more of a systemic issue than that. So let's say, maybe take a look at what's on the plate for a manager. So if a manager left, and then you hire another manager, but this manager will still be managing a team of 10 or 20 or a bigger, then that's not sustainable. You're just putting patches on a problem. So take a look at what's really on the plate, what's sustainable for a manager, and see. So, okay, that might mean, okay, maybe, okay, what are the other, what are priorities right now? Are there other, can we trim down this team and have the other teams work? So just taking a look at what's the capacity for the manager. And so fixing that before, instead of just putting patches and looking at the system and how is the system, how is the framework supporting managers.
Yeah, Vanessa, I like that. When you look at, we heard this in other panels too, workload, right? Workload is a big stressor on not just employees, but managers too. And, one of the things that I've seen with some of the clients I've worked with in some past organizations I've been involved with is culture. Carla, pulling on the thread of culture that you mentioned earlier. If we have senior leaders, executive leaders, where we see some buy-in and some, this is important for us, and verbally they're saying that, and on the visual they're saying that, but then they're managing managers separately behind the scenes. They're holding them accountable. Like, that's not important. Outcomes are more important, right? So that not saying that two different sides needs to make sure that there's alignment there too. So senior leaders, not just saying mental health or well-being is important, workplace, they actually have to follow through on that too. Actually, that goes into performance expectations of managers, right? So how do we holding people accountable? Senior leaders need to hold that accountable from that perspective. So I love that. And, that partnership that HR has with managers needs to be seamless. That's where coming in early, looking at employee opinion surveys, looking at turnover, looking at just the pressure alone on some of our teams, the HR partner might be able to see earlier signs before the manager and maybe come in and really coach and coach managers through that process. Going back to David's point earlier, managers might not see it, or they might be scared to bring it up. So that's for us as HR leaders to really come in and be partners with everybody. So on that, I'd love to hear how, this is a core question for everybody, how, based on all of that, right, there's a lot of pressure being put on managers. There's a lot of pressure of, oh, I need training, I need to figure this out. Seems like it's additive to my work, or for me to be an effective manager, I need to know how to manage mental health on my team and support that for my employees. But how do you support managers' own mental health and measure that and measure burnout of managers too, as well? So Vanessa, let's start with you this time.
I think, it's more often than not, managers' well-being is not part of the conversation. It's always, how do I support my team? So really one of the things is really creating a space for managers to be able to feel safe and somebody else looking on them and checking on them, whether it's senior leadership or HR, and just saying, hey, checking in on a regular basis. Sometimes you forget to check in on managers as well. So having that regular, just a regular checking, how is your team, how's it doing, anything I can help as an HR partner. And the second, I think, is for leadership to be modeling. I think the modeling and exhibiting that they have that capacity to look after their managers' well-being as well. So having a leadership that models the behavior is also very important. And we talk about culture, so creating that culture that is not just within each team, but within a holistic culture within the organization, everybody feeling from top management down to the lowest rank, saying, okay, this is a space where I can feel safe, where I can talk about issues with problems with work and all that. So just creating that whole environment. So coming from top down.
Yeah, I agree. Part of this is a global audience, right? So from that standpoint too, understanding global cultures and how the impact is in the workplace too,
Exactly.
may impact how managers and HR partners are managing the situation too. So it's something to keep aware of. Like, how do you really have resources available and to really applying that to your team? So David, off to you. How from that core question of really how do you support you talked about it earlier, but how real, like practical applications supporting managers' own mental health, and how do you measure that?
Yeah, it's a cascading question, right? Because managers are employees, managers have managers, and so we're really just looking at a different shade of the same question, which is, supporting employees' well-being and mental health. I think there's a few things, right? Like there's a lot of, if a company's doing pulse surveys or engagement surveys, a lot of times the data is sliced and diced by department, by tenure, by all kinds of things. I very seldom see either separate content or questions geared toward managers around their load, or a separate carve out for managers versus independent contributors, when you're looking at that data. So I think that's one thing that can be looked at. But a lot of it are these behavioral signals that should be looked for. Are your managers taking PTO? Right? Are your managers the last ones on Slack late at night? Right? Are they always just jumping on that quick call? Because a lot of times burnout in managers shows up as hypervigilance before it shows up as anything else. It shows up as just like being all in, which I think can give a false flag of a positive. And so I think for the managers of managers, it's about looking for those signals. And again, the same thing that we talked about before, like check in, ask the questions, and create a space where managers feel like they're a little bit less alone, because a lot of times we do have a loneliness epidemic among managers, right? They can't really vent down. They feel uncomfortable a lot of times going up to their manager or their executive to talk about issues. And a lot of companies are set up in such a way that they're siloed and don't necessarily even have that peer cohort to talk to and lean on. And so I think that's another thing that that companies can do, organizations can do to really support their managers in these efforts is create peer cohorts, create spaces and opportunities for managers to engage with their contemporaries, so that they've got a spot where it doesn't feel like they've got to filter themselves because I'm talking to a direct report, or filter themselves because I'm talking to my manager and I need to be careful about how I'm framing everything. And so kind of just creating those moments where they have a different level of safety just based on organizational and positional power can be really impactful.
David, pull on that a little bit, because Renee mentioned it in the chat as well, the peer support and peer small groups and peer-to-peer learning is the best learning in organizations, right? So how do you create that space as an HR leader to where there's some foundational parameters around that without it being a gripe section, right? So how do you balance that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exactly what you said, right? It's creating those guidelines and the purpose. I do this a lot, and it's not necessarily related to the mental health question, but when I'm doing a manager training cohort, right? A super important piece of it, like there's the training and there's the content, but then in the off cycles, right, a week in between, it's, I build a cohort for the folks who are participating to just talk about what's going on, how this stuff's showing up for them, how they're applying some of the things that we talked about. And so I think you can create those specifics for why this group exists, why this cohort exists. This is about talking through practical applications of the things that they're supposed to be doing. Hey, let's talk about, this is for an issue that's going on with a team, a question about a performance management situation. And it's, you can even rotate topics, say, hey, like this organized session, here's the thing that we want to talk about, but then leave them alone, right? HR shouldn't be in the room, in my opinion. Executive leadership shouldn't be in the room, because all of those things can potentially compromise safety.
Right.
If these sessions end up sometimes devolving into a vent session, there are worse things, right? Like, that's okay as long as that is an element and not the element. And so I think then on the other side of that, when managers are talking and you have these peer-to-peer cohorts and they're having, whether it's in person, virtual, whatever that is, get some exit data, right? How was this? What did you talk about? What did you like? Don't need specifics, but like, how can we frame this to be more impactful for you, more valuable for you? And listen. And maybe that's what they want right now, is just a vent session. But if you're hearing that they want something else and need something else to kind of support their own well-being and sense of comfort, then insert that for the next one, right? It's all suggestions. At the end of the day, you have to let them be people. But I think there are ways you can incorporate those suggestions in such a way that it's easy for managers to follow them.
Yeah, that's great, David. Carla, I'd love to get your thoughts on how we support managers' own mental health.
Yeah. So, as we were talking about in the panelists, and as Vanessa was saying, managers are, getting the pressure from above, and then they're supporting below. And so, I really feel like managers are the most stretched layer in the organization, because they're carrying those expectations from up and supporting below. So supporting their mental health really starts with acknowledging that reality, and designing for it, not just asking our managers to be more resilient. So that can look like, things like managing their workload and competing priorities, and how much emotional labor we're expecting from them. Because if those aren't realistic, then no amount of training or coaching will fix it. So it really means creating that space for managers to be supported, and whether that is creating those cohorts where they can connect with one another, and partner with, kind of blowing off some steam, but also leaning on one another, whether that's coaching from HR, whether that means, but most importantly, it's having the manager, having those leaders checking in on them, but checking in on them, not checking in on just their results. And importantly, giving them permission to set boundaries. So like, if senior leaders, like as David was saying, if they're on Slack late, like if they're not setting and modeling boundaries and work-life balance, and how to, still be able to, enjoy and relax and, kind of recharge outside of work. If managers and senior leaders aren't modeling that, then managers won't feel safe to do it either. So it's really important that we take care of those managers, because as I was saying, I really feel that they're definitely the most stretched employees in the organization.
That's great. So we're almost at time. So as we're going to do a quick lightning round of like 30 seconds each. Love to hear your single takeaway or resource for the audience today. So Vanessa, start with you.
Yeah, I think, so I'm talking about leadership here. Before we do send managers on trainings, take a look at what we're really asking our managers to do. And how are we supporting them? How are we making that environment for them to succeed and to thrive? So take a look. So like I said earlier, you may have, you may, a manager managing 12 people on their team is not sustainable. So how can I, as senior leadership, support my manager? What can I do? Does it mean so being flexible? Do I move teams around? Look at the org structure. So just take a look at what is it really? What am I creating for my managers to thrive, so that they can better support their team and also be able to deliver the expectations that senior leadership is asking from them.
Perfect. David, quickly, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think quick takeaway, right, is that the companies that are winning right now on well-being, mental health, whether it's manager or not, are the ones that are treating people like humans first, right? And organizational pieces second. Ask the question, notice the behavior, lead with curiosity. I think people have said that in the previous panel. Everything else follows from that and just gets a lot easier. And in terms of, I'll make one more plug for mental health first aid training for all people managers. It is not mental health training. It is a framework for knowing when and how to escalate something, right? When it's beyond kind of your knowledge and your capabilities.
All right, Carla, close us out.
Okay, so one takeaway for me is going to be, well-being isn't something that we're going to add on top of work for our employees. It's something that we need to build into the work that gets done. So every decision that you make about your workload and priorities and leadership is actually shaping your people's well-being, whether you intend to or not. So the question isn't, do we have a well-being strategy? Is the way we operate sustainable for our people, because performance follows. And when you're not doing that well, no amount of programs is going to fix your culture and your employees' well-being.
All right. Thank you to our panelists, Carla, Vanessa, and David. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello again. I hope that you all took a lot of notes from that last panel, which I thought was very, very interesting. I want to send a big thank you to our moderator and our panelists for all of the amazing insights that they shared. Before we dive into our next panel, though, I do want to make an announcement or a reminder, if you will, to those of you who are following us and watching us on LinkedIn. Please note that the StreamYard access link will be shared in the comments so you can join the webinar directly. Unfortunately, LinkedIn has a time limit for live viewing and you may be disconnected as the summit progresses. So to ensure that you don't miss any part of the session, we encourage you to join us via the webinar link. Also, a quick shout out to our sponsors for this mental health summit, Deep Care and Leading Pathways Consulting. Thank you so much, Deep Care and Leading Pathways, for being sponsors and for making this summit possible. Alrighty, so to move forward, next we have a conversation about workload and prioritization, managing pace, expectations, and capacity across teams. And this next panel, we're going to be doing it with our partners from the Black in HR, and I think we are going to be sharing their link in the comments as well, so you can get to know more about what they do. But let me tell you what their vision is. So the vision of the Black in HR is they envision a world where Black professionals not only thrive, but also lead with excellence and tap into opportunities that allow them to drive change, inspire people beyond borders, and shape industries. So with that said, let me see if Sarah is around so she can come on stage, because she's going to be our moderator for today. Hi, how are you doing today?
Hey, how's it going, team?
It's going well. All right, so I'm going to leave it up to you now, and I will see you all in a little bit.
All right, thanks so much. Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here today from the Black in HR group. My name is Sierra Parks. I'm an HR consultant, coach, mentor, and excited to present and welcome up the rest of the team from Black in HR. So we'll just wait until they're let into the room, and then we'll start with intros and get you going. Ooh, hey, y'all. Hey, team.
Hey.
What's going on, Sierra?
Man, this is so I want to give everyone a chance. You know us as the Black in HR group, but I want you to meet who is behind driving, coaching, mentoring, and instructing the folks that are sitting at the helm. So, Bridget, would you please introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I am Bridget Robinson. I have been a consultant, instructor, your HR bestie, HR auntie, whatever you want to call it, working with the Black in HR for, since 2021 now. Been in HR a little over 20 years. So, just here to give my expertise, give my experience, give my insight, and just make it fun.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Hey, Bridget. Dr. Lawrence, take us away.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, so Lawrence Henderson been working with Black in HR in various capacities over the last year and some change. And so doing all things org leadership. I like to say I'm the org leadership teddy bear. That you might feel like you got hit with something, but I also provide you a hug. So excited to be in this space, to have this conversation, and get us rolling.
Thank you. Thank you. And Andrea.
Hi, I am Andrea Johnson. I have been working with Black in HR, I think since 2020, 2021 as well. I have done HR consulting. I've done fractional work through Black in HR. My main gig is really doing more people, culture-driven work, leadership development. I'm really focusing on the people experience, primarily in the sports and the entertainment space, and I am excited to be here.
Perfect. I'm so excited to see y'all. This is like a reunion team. So for those of you who don't know, right, the Black in HR group is very tight knit, and our membership here really allows us to develop relationships that thrive beyond the panels, beyond the once in a time meetings at conferences, but it really does live. So excited to see you all and excited to have this conversation today. Super important. We're talking about mental health, prioritization in the workplace, managing pace. And I want to open up the conversation to all three of you. Bridget, we'll start with you. And the question for us today is, what are the early signs that a team is operating beyond sustainable capacity?
Oh gosh, for me, one of the early signs of that is nothing is being completed. There's a lot of starts. There's a lot of, oh, we started here. Okay, where's my progress? Oh, I don't know, because I dropped that and I went over here and started doing this. And before you know it, you've got 10 initiatives. You don't know where they are in the process. Nobody knows where anything is. You can't really get much done, but you're busy. You're busy. Nobody can take PTO, but you don't know what you're actually doing. So to me, that's an early sign that we need to regroup. We need to sit down and go back over the drawing board and see what we're doing and figure out what is going to be impactful and what's not. So that's what I look for is anything getting completed.
Absolutely a good start. Andrea, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I'll say two for me, and they're really subtle. But one is people stop raising problems because they don't want to get the extra workload. If I raise a problem, now it's my problem to fix the problem, but I still have all these other things to do. And so people start being afraid to step up and say, you know, this isn't attainable or this is what's going wrong, for fear of adding to their workload. And then another one that I see very common, especially with my fractional clients, is that the quality of meetings go down because people are now doing multitasking during the meeting. They can't pay attention because they're trying to complete something else that's either due or it's just so much, it's not enough time in the day. And so the meeting then becomes ineffective. Things aren't getting done. We aren't able to fill each other in and know where we're at on a project, be able to have those real status updates and things of that nature, because people are always thinking about what's next and they're not able to be present in the moment in a lot of those important meetings and situations.
Absolutely a good trigger. Lawrence, what you thinking?
I'm mad that they've been jumping on all my stuff, but I got a couple to jump in here. One, increased hero behavior. So jumping in, needing to save the day, but then also this also can look like faster response times and Dr. Andrea's point, but lower quality thinking, which leads to, again, decision fatigue, lack of innovation. Everything becomes execution. And then that over reliance on the high performer, the go-to person, and that person you're not actually identifying, they also have become your bottleneck. And so again, when we talk about well-being, we talk about burnout. Burnout is not the first signal, it's a final outcome. Yeah. And so anytime you start to see these behavioral factors, these are the things that we really need to dig into, because again, if your team never misses a deadline, it might not just be that they're high performing, you might just be at risk of absorbing well. And who on your team is quietly carrying unsustainable load because they're competent enough to hide it. And so when somebody's not speaking up and they're actually at what we call capacity, but they're not being able to advocate for themselves because they've actually been rewarded for continuing to provide you what seems like results.
Absolutely. What I hear all three of you saying here is at what cost are we either hitting goals or missing goals?
Yeah.
And it might not always be visible what that looks like on the surface for every person on the team.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, team, I gotta lean in for you here, right? Because if that's the case, then my next question would be, what is the leadership behavior that's creating this unnecessary workload, or is the intent good, or whether or not people should be delivering against these deadlines? What is the leadership behavior driving this type of behavior?
I would say they're exhibiting the same behaviors. Oftentimes they're getting pressure from on top. They're not able to adequately articulate the capacity of their team, or they don't want to say, we don't want to look like failure. So yeah, my team can do it. My team can do it. And then sometimes they're not in tune with their team. They're not actually taking the time. You'll have leaders who are counseling one-on-ones. They don't know that their team is at capacity. They don't know what their team is actually feeling. Every time they're talking to their team, they're delegating. They're giving them something else to do. They're adding to their plate. They're, being very aggressive about what are these results? Why are we not producing? And they're not actually taking time to see, are you okay? How are you feeling, and really understanding. And so when they don't have the time, or they don't make the time, I should say, to really understand where their team is and how their team is feeling, and they're getting pressure from above, oftentimes is results. And then to Dr. Lawrence's point, then they reward that hero thing. So-and-so is going to promote it because they work every weekend, or this person responds all the time, right? And so now they're inadvertently making their team think, this is what it takes to be successful. This is what my leader is looking for. And if they don't, possess that hero mentality, or if they don't want it, then oftentimes that's missed. And then they start to detract. Now there's no need for me to go at 100 because my 100 is not good enough anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I see it as innovation can be a double-edged sword, right? So I see it a lot when executives start into a new organization and they are coming with fresh eyes. So you see all the things that have been broken, you come with all insight from the outside of the organization, and you start telling your other leaders, oh, I've done this at another company, or I've seen this at another company. And so the CEO gets this big head, like, oh my God, we can have all of that, things they never thought about, never had their company for years. Now all of a sudden we need it overnight. So I see it again a lot when people are new in leadership, not necessarily new, but new at a company. And you want to fix everything all the time. And I was guilty of that recently, joining a new company, thinking that first year I've got to fix it all. And that is not possible. And so when you're doing that, you're bringing all that innovation, all those ideas, you're attending all of these sessions and talking to all the people and getting all the ideas, and you want to do it all at one time. And you're either working with a team that's been there doing the same thing year over year, and they don't have the skill set, or you've demolished that entire team, brought in a new team. It's just, it becomes a cycle of never ending, because you're constantly trying to outrun the past, and you can't do that. And so for me, that's what I see a lot.
Yeah, and just to add in a little bit here, the both end of it all is workload and prioritization are not productivity problems. They are leadership design choices. And when every choice is shaping either sustainability or it's sustaining silent burnout. And so when we think about these internal systems, and to your point, they are leadership systems. And oftentimes, again, addressing the gaps in actual development, not just capability, but actual capacity, that oftentimes becomes that leaders kind of, and somebody in the last panel talking about resilience stick, people get beat over the head with, is not this not to just be able to be more, instead of actually what systems and systemic things are actually at work here that actually need to be unlearned, relearned, or dismantled, to reshape the realities of what people are experiencing day to day.
So I want to circle back here, thinking through this, right? If we're talking about some of the paces driven by the people in the seat or pushed down on them from their leaders, how is it that you would say someone who is sitting in this seat, hearing this webinar today and going, I am being driven at a pace that's unsustainable for me, how do they pivot themselves out of this or in another direction to slow the pace down to make it more sustainable? Bridget, start and tell us what you think some of those tips might be to be able to do that.
I need my HRBP to tell you guys that, because she handles me really well. because I'm a visionary by nature, and I will come in and say, oh my God, guys, I saw this, I saw that, let's do this. And she'll listen, my team will listen, they'll jot down all the ideas, but we have a relationship. And I think that's where to start. You got to have a great relationship with your leaders, your teammates, because she'll come in afterwards and say, okay, Bridget, this all sounds amazing. What's most important? What's going to be most impactful? Knowing everybody's strengths on your team, what do we need to focus on? Because honestly, we cannot do all these things, especially in this time frame that we know you would want it done. And she's just very honest. And I give her that safety to be honest like that with me, to come and say, hey, sis, hey, calm down. That's beautiful. That's amazing. In a perfect world, all the budget, we can get it all done. But again, I've given her and everybody on my team that safety to be able to come and talk. So I think as leaders, we've got to make it a safe space for our team to manage up, to say at times you're doing a little bit too much, or my strengths aren't where you are, you want this to be done. So can we contract this, or can we bring somebody else in? I think a lot of times leaders, we do try to separate ourselves so much till we become unrelatable, and we become that person that nobody can talk to. So they just have to suffer. And I never want a team to suffer in silence and just not be their greatest self. So the first thing is, as a leader, make it where your team is comfortable enough to correct you or to slow you down. I think it's important.
Absolutely. Lawrence, lean in there a little bit more. And as a leader, what types of things should I be doing to make people say they should come to me?
Yeah, and so I was waiting to see how long psychological safety was going to enter the chat. And so hey, appreciate the alley-oop, Bridget. But when you think about psychological safety, again, it's not what you say at the town hall. It's what happens, as Bridget described, the first time someone says no, or maybe not that. And when you talk about, is your culture built not just on encouragement, but is it built on leader response patterns? And if pushback is penalized with silence or ignored as disengagement, but then it's rewarded in ownership, like that has to be the thing that we start to look at. And if people aren't allowed not to know, they aren't allowed to say no, and again, not to, and even not to say, I don't understand what you're saying. And again, this is about teaching leaders that pushback is data, not defiance, and beginning to normalize language like, help me understand the trade-offs you're seeking or seeing. And I love Bridget's story about that direct report, because again, that is a socialized and encouraged environment where you have an expert working for you that say, I just didn't hire you based on your cute resume, but I hired you to be something for me. And then given the space, the opportunity, and curated environment for that flower to grow. And oftentimes environments do not exist and they end up choking out. And so what ends up happening is people begin to disengage, oftentimes quietly. But then these are the things that we often see when an environment is not encouraged with actually helping our experts be experts. And oftentimes it shows up in questions, being curious, not confrontational.
Yeah.
And so, Andrea, I have to ask you here and hearing that, what is the data going to say about this?
The data is going to say if you don't stop, your people are going to fail or your team is going to fail, right? We can't do everything. And when you are a visionary, like Bridget, when you see all these things you're wanting to accomplish, and when you see the value in your team, when you're like, oh my God, this person is great, I know what this person can accomplish, you often start to push them, right? And sometimes that push gets to be a little bit too much. And I've experienced it firsthand where I've pushed and then we failed anyway, right? And they didn't feel that safe to say, Andrea, you are such a competitive person. I thought if I told you that I was at my peaks, that you were going to view me as a failure. And so I had to take that feedback in and say, okay, how do I help my team? Because if we're trying and we're only hitting 80%, that doesn't look good when I could have articulated up and said, you know what, we're at capacity. We can't do this right now. And so we developed a parking lot. We had things where they'll come and they'll say, Andrea, we were working on this, but if this is what you need, we're going to have to park this until Q3. We're going to have to park this until Q4. And here's why, or here's the solution. And then that way I'm able to scale back on them. But then if senior leadership comes down, then I can articulate to them, here's why we're doing this, and here's how, what the ROI is, or ROI is going to be for us, year over year. Or here's how this is going to set us up for Q1 next year. But if you don't take time to dissect, if you don't take time to reverse some of those projects, those priorities, those things that you were driving, the data is going to show that your team is going to get burnt out. Your team is going to feel like, I have a leader I can't talk to. It's not safe for me to raise my hand and say, I'm doing too much. And then the other piece of that, you bring on new people and they don't get trained well, because everybody is already at capacity. So now you have people who you want to be successful, but you haven't even given them the skills, the tools, the resources, the training to be successful. And so now you've created this avalanche of people that are just spinning in circles. Nobody is actually getting things done. And now and oftentimes it becomes a competitive thing on your team. Now they're pointing the finger at each other. This person is the reason of our failure, instead of being able to come together and actually do some things at 100% and look really good, versus presenting these things that are half done. And now the whole team looks bad.
Yes.
Andrea, you bring up so many good points. So let's peel it back a little bit. So the first one is, if I'm the person on the team right now, be it the leader or someone who is a report into the leadership team, and I am saying, I am now feeling like the person who is the go-to, how do I back out of being spotlighted as the go-to, where projects keep getting put on my plate because I deliver highly, or B, get the target off my back from the rest of my team members who aren't the spotlights or aren't the number one player on the team? Lawrence, let's start with you, and then we'll go Bridget and come back to Andrea.
Yeah, this is where we begin to help our people by creating sustainable leadership that requires guardrails of success, not aspirational based planning. And oftentimes when you see that leader, and again, myself, I believe I'm high capacity, but having a conversation with my team and my admin being like, get up out of my stuff, because I am also too high capacity, but that's not yours. And so really having those guardrails of success up that says, okay, we need to actually have a reset in the expectations so that people, again, aren't on a bullet train to burnout, but it is really stopping to actually equate. What does it mean to be committed here? What does it actually mean to be available and effective here? But then also defining, what does it mean to actually dig into capacity, but also margin for reality, and understanding that if we're always on go, can you truly show up well everywhere? And so those oftentimes too is like, what if we asked people to be? And as leaders, really truly looking at your team and be like, hey, is it built for sustainable success at the rate in which I'm asking for success? And if not, and again, if there's some variance, then we got to begin speaking the truth of what actually our team is moving towards, and actually a way to help ground our folks. But those guardrails of success have to be something that are revisited and established time and time again.
Yeah. 100% agree with that. Speaking of guardrails of success, I kind of look at it like that, but a little bit different. Whereas I have ADHD, so no secret about that. I squirrel, and so because of that, my definition of guardrails of success is like milestones, where I have to see different things that have been completed. But what I do with my team to make sure I'm not the bottleneck, or that I'm not like squirreling and throwing them off of their path, is I look at it as a triangle. I know what our North Star is, and that's why I keep looking, because I'm visionary. I see this big picture. I see what needs to happen. But for each individual, I have, okay, what's a milestone where this person is going to, get to help us get there. And every time something is accomplished, that's a dopamine hit for me. And I'm like, okay, we're rocking and rolling. Whereas in the past, I've only looked at the top, and that was it. And I was like, nothing's happening, and not paying attention to all the work that was really going on down at the bottom. And so when I really bring it down, we have a weekly meeting with my team called Win the Week. And we talk about all the things that everybody is doing towards winning the week and winning whatever the initiative is. I get that dopamine hit because I'm like, oh, it's working. We're actually they're actually, headed up that mountain. We're doing what we need to do. And that grounds me a little bit more, because if I don't see anything moving, I'm going to move to the next thing and make you move a little bit more, right? So we have kind of like that, but it's guardrails to success. It's those milestones. And it just, again, keeps my team in the know of where we are or where we're going towards that ultimate goal. Not saying that it's a cure for burnout or anything like that, but it helps us know, okay, where are we now? Is this something that we could pause and jump to something else if we need to? Or have we been on this one pinnacle for months, and do we now need to abandon this and go to something else? So I think it's important that we don't just have the overall initiative, the end goal in mind. We need to be looking at all the little steps along the way.
Bridget, I love that, because when thinking about each individual person on the team, their capacity may look very different from someone who's been there longer or has had a different set of experience. And so holding everyone to the same level of expectation as what Dr. Lawrence is saying around these guardrails of success, it's everyone's guardrails are a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yep. Andrea, what are your thoughts here?
Leaning into that, I am a very systems person. Like, I like to plug and play and make things work. And so what's really worked for me with leading my teams is understanding what each person's strength is. And then we're assigning roles. We're being very clear about, I use the DAISY model. Am I the driver? Am I the approver? Am I the contributor? Am I informed? And for every single initiative that we launch, I say, okay, if it's a people ops thing, all right, our people ops director, you're the driver, right? At what point and what milestones do you need to bring me in for approval? Because I have so much going. I don't want to be the bottleneck if you think you have to come to me for each thing. At what point do you need to bring in the HRBP? At what point do you need to bring in IT? Are they contributors or are they just informed? If we're launching a new HRIS system, well, the IT person may be a contributor. Whereas if we're at, certain parts of it, they may just be informed. And just by being able to give everyone clarity in roles, one, they now feel like they have autonomy. They feel like they can grow. They have ownership. It's something that they can work on. But then me as a leader, they're not coming to me for everything. I'm not in the weeds with them. I'm giving them their wings to fly and to grow. And we're all on one accord. And then that way it keeps one person from being the go-to person. They're not driving everything. They may be driving this process, but they're just a contributor on this one. And this one, they're just informed so they can know what the rest of the team is doing. And so by really understanding your team's strengths and, where they thrive and being able to assign those roles and provide clarity, then it keeps people from feeling like I have to own everything because nobody else is going to drive this, or it's not going to get done if I'm not leading it all.
I think the racing model is the most underutilized tool that we could use to help with all of this. I love it.
Absolutely, star on the racy daisy model. So think about this here, right? It's a really good framework for us to start modeling what should happen. But let's say now we've outlined this very clearly, and I know there's leaders sitting on this call and they're thinking to themselves, I've done this, right? Or I've tried to take into account what people's capacity is, or I've tried to do the best to model in what should it look like for them. And then we're saying, now help me understand what I should be asking to determine whether or not this is a true capacity issue for this person individually, or is this a skill issue genuinely? Bridget, what do you think?
Yes, we do something at my company called Right People, Right Seats. And it is really all about making sure that people on your team not only embody your core values, but just like we always say, leaders have to be bought into initiatives. Your team members have to be bought in as well. I mean, how many of us have worked with somebody who they just speak so negatively about everything you're trying to work on, and they're dragging the project? They have the skill set, but that doesn't mean they're the actual right person in that seat. So we've got to get real with the talent that we have on our team. I'm all for people having a livelihood, doing what they need to do, but you've got to show up as your best self to work. You've got to understand that this is a job. You're getting paid to be here to do a job. And if it doesn't work, then this is just not the place for you. So leaders need to quickly understand, do you have the right person on your team? Are they in the right seat, in the right skill set on your team? Sometimes we have people that are in people leadership roles on our team that should never lead a person. Never. Maybe they are a process leader, but we have pushed them into people leadership and they're horrible at it. So we've got to sit down and take time to make sure we have the right people in the right seats, because it does not matter how many systems you put in place, how much win the weeks, pinnacles, whatever. If you have the wrong person, it's not going to go anywhere. So I think that's the first thing, is establishing the strengths of everybody on your team and having the right people there. That's going to help you get there.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Andrea, what are the questions I should be asking to determine whether this is a capacity issue or a skill issue?
My number one question is this a lack of skill or a lack of will? Because, oftentimes people want to perform well, right? But if it's a lack of skill, then it's something on me as a leader that I need to be doing to help close this gap. Did I mishire this person? Have I provided this person with the right opportunities? Did we train this person correctly? Those are things that we can help, that we can lean in on. If it's lack of will, to Bridget's point, some people just shouldn't be in that seat. But also to caveat to that, I've had leaders where I had a president that said, I need all A players. I need all starters on my team. And I'm like, that doesn't work, right? And so to him, if you didn't want to be a starter, if you weren't competing for that next spot, then it was lack of will. And I was like, well, that's not fair, right? So when asking, is it lack of will, is actually deconstructing and saying, if this person wants to be an analyst for the next 20 years and they do great as an analyst, them being an analyst doesn't mean that just because they don't want to climb that ladder doesn't mean that they're ineffective or they're disengaged. And so knowing that this person is going to be great at this role and they're good. Whereas you may have a Sierra who is like, I'm going to take it, I'm going to conquer it, and what's next? And that's great too. All of those people fit into the team. And there always has to be a bench. Some people are great being the sixth man. Some people are great being on the bench, but we can't confuse those people with having lack of will simply because they're not this other person. And so when you push those people, to Bridget's points, to go into these people leadership roles, to go into these roles that don't make sense for them, then they're not going to succeed. It's going to cause an unbalance within your team. And so I always ask, is it a lack of skill or is it a lack of will? And if it's a lack of will, let's deconstruct that a little bit and see if they're just good there and they're going to be a strong player here, or if this person is just not bringing their best self, they're not good for the company, they're not good for the seat, and then we have to decide what's next later on.
I cannot stress enough how many times I've seen people who are really great process leaders, really great individual contributors go into leadership roles and fall flat, experience burnout, fail, and then exit the organization. And everyone's looking around saying, how did we get here? How did this top player walk out the door? How did we not see this? And because we didn't consider what their true skill set and or desire was. And I think we operate in such a place now where everyone needs to be desiring to move up the ladder. And if not, they're not a good fit here.
Right.
Everyone has to be driving for the number one spot. And so, Andrea, I think you highlight a really good problem or challenge, rather, in what good leadership management looks like and acknowledging who's in your team and on your bench.
Yeah.
Lawrence, what are you thinking about how it is or what it is we should be asking when we're saying capacity versus their ability to do the job?
Yeah, as Andrew was talking, I was thinking about can't versus won'ts. That's the army. And similarly to the can'ts, they need training, motivation, coaching, and some upskilling. And won'ts, not necessarily people you need to fire immediately. It's maybe, did we actually manage their expectation? Well, and oftentimes they need boundaries. And this is a leadership accountability conversation and question. And so some of the questions that I ask is, again, what role might our leadership, communication, prioritization, and follow through be playing in how people actually show up and what we're potentially interpreting as resistance? And then another question is, are we quick to question people's effort rather than questioning, did we actually clearly define expectations? And then also, before labeling people, have we eliminated the reasonable obstacles that we potentially put in their way, whether clearly or by accident? And so these are the things that those questions from a leader perspective, because it's a contact sport that we're talking about. It starts from the inside out. And if we ourselves as leaders haven't, one, been aware, or there's intrinsic motivation to help upskill those around us so we could actually grow in our capability and capacity, but also, again, be able to read the tea leaves of resistance or quiet, or again, the behavioral signs. And again, the is resistance, or what we're calling it, someone pushing back, or is this something that doesn't make sense? And from that leadership, that could be hard to hear or feel when it's coming back at you, especially if you are untrained, unskilled, and you yourself, it has been called out earlier by Bridget and Andrea, that oftentimes leaders are modeling running on E. And so if you're there, then you're highly agitated, you're highly emotion. And if we're emoting that isn't somebody that doesn't have the ability to regulate. It's just they're probably on constantly because, again, hustle culture, grind culture has been rewarded.
Yeah.
And so they are just, again, modeling what others have been reinforcing over time.
So this one here makes me think through, what does it mean for a leader to be able to receive feedback hard, right? Because there are times where people are just asking you a question, right? This clarify, verify model. I heard you say this. Can you make sure that we're on the same page about what it is you want the outcome to be? And what we actually get now is, you don't want to do it. You're getting pushback. You're getting resistance. This person's not a team player. They don't really want to push the team forward. And that couldn't be further from the truth.
Right.
If everyone's on slim margins of time, how is it that we say we're going to keep doing these big pie in the sky type initiatives to say, what is the real outcome we're trying to achieve here? Spot on. And so here's what I got for you here. There are now folks sitting on this call saying, I'm in this situation. I might be experiencing what I'm calling resistance today. I'm still trying to figure out skill versus will, can't versus won't. And then I'm saying to folks, well, if one of the questions that I had to ask myself is, did I set up expectations? I don't have the time to train my people. And I have a trade-off between, we need to go fast with a handful of people who are maybe partially trained, but I've got other players on the team who are not trained or even less trained. What's the balance here for a leader to say, I need to go fast, but I also need to train? What are some tips you have for those folks?
I would say one, transparency. They need to go to their senior leader because nothing's going to get done, right? And so this is a moment where you draw a line in the sand and you say, hey, my team is at capacity. I have these people who are not fully trained. We don't have time to train them because this is what's been added. So what 1, 2, 3 things are priority for us to accomplish this year? If you let us focus on these things, this gives me the adequate time to get my folks trained and skilled up so that, again, come Q1 2027, we can hit the ground running. We'll be great. We'll be able to go through. But I think so many times leaders lack transparency both ways, because I'm always super transparent with my team too. Like, look, you think this is coming from me, this is coming from them, right? Like, we all on the chopping block. So we got to all figure out what we got to do because sometimes if they feel like this is just Andrew, they don't know the pressure that Andrew is getting as well. And so sometimes it comes across misconstrued. And so being transparent with the team and saying, what can we accomplish? Where are your gaps? What do we have the capacity to do? But then not being afraid to then manage up to the leaders and say, hey, we can't do all of this great. So you either want us to submit all of this with a C or you want us to submit all of this with an A+. But both things, unfortunately, cannot be true. And here's why. But in that conversation, also saying, here's my plan. If you allow us to scale back, here's where we'll get to. And then here's what you can expect once we've gotten to that full capacity. Yeah.
Great. Love it. Bridget, what are you thinking here?
Oh, in the words of my team, because we coach managers all day, every day, is talk to your people. Just communicate. Oh my goodness, Andrew hit the nail on the head with the transparency. Just talk. For me, I would sit down and talk with my team first and be very transparent and then listen to what they have to say as far as what they can contribute. A lot of people have hidden talents, y'all, and sometimes they don't bring those talents to work. But if you are a good leader, you allow for that psychological safety, they will open up and make sure that you look good and the team looks good. And they may raise their hand and say, you know what, I do have some Adobe experience. So we may not have to wait on the graphic designer because I took a class last year and I could do this real quick for us. So when you talk with your people and you are transparent, you're honest with the pressure that is, being placed on the team, and then you take that feedback and you go to leadership and try to prioritize. But once you go to leadership, that's a different audience. So you got to switch the context of what you're talking about. And so for me, being at the executive table, I have to come to them and give them realistic views of what's done, because what they ask to be done, they make it seem like it's overnight. Just do it, turn this switch, and the culture will be perfect tomorrow. Like, y'all spent 10 years destroying the culture. You want me to fix it in a weekend with a barbecue? No. So you got to give real expectations of how do we do interventions on culture if that's the how do we make this change effective, but making sure we don't absolve them of their responsibility in whatever the initiative is as well. Because a lot of times the initiatives, especially on HR, higher leaders are like, we're out of this. But the majority of our initiatives, we need their sponsorship. We need their buy-in. So a lot of it is failing because they're not doing their part. So I have to take the feedback from my team, go to leadership, give them feedback and realistic expectations, and then level set that thing. But you have to be an HR department that has value established in your company in order to be able to push this through. If you're at a company that they only see HR as party planners and paper pushers, it's going to be a struggle. I don't have nothing for you.
Yeah.
I don't work at those type of companies. But I'm just saying, you've got to really be able to show the value of what it is that you're going to be doing. And Andrea, that's that data that you were talking about. You've got to show those numbers, what that ROI is going to be if you can narrow down the perspective of what you're working on.
Yeah, and this one is also, again, things we're currently working with leaders on is leaders aren't just responsible for outputs, they're responsible for the conditions under which those outputs are produced. And so if you're talking about if everything is urgent, nothing is. And if everything's important, nothing is. And along those lines of, if we don't have time. Well, that's funny. But you make time for rework. You make time for all these other things. And when someone has to do it over because you needed the speed to get feet moving, then that meant your message was probably half given or given in a drive-by email, text, Slack thread, or whatever it is. And then people had questions, but because you made it unsafe to come to you before, they won't ask.
Right.
And so they give you this output, and then now you're looking at people funny. And so now they're having a reaction to your face because a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so now they're translating it as annoyance, emotion, or I'm stupid, or whatever else we do to catastrophize. Then that in and of itself slows down productivity and time. And of course, and I love, Sierra, that you threw that monkey wrench in there of talking about balance, because that's the one that everybody tries to actually, but it's okay, what are we saying yes to and allowing to be integrated into the things that we're calling a system? And where we have design flaw is often in what is assigned, what's value associated, and what's actually being rewarded, because people will do what the leader allows. And so if I'm modeling, and this is the way we get them out of it, be curious, not confrontational. If you did not get an output that you actually believe you communicated well, just understand whose position you were communicating it from. And that's oftentimes the luxury of leaders, is they are communicating things through their rose-colored glasses. And I love, me and Bridget had this kind of sidebar leader conversation, is it breathes well coming out your face. But if you never actually notice, spot, and identify the deer in the headlight look, when somebody, like, you're talking and they're doing exactly what Sierra is doing right now. And you can track that is not an acknowledgement. That is, oh my God.
That is confusion.
It is total confusion. But because the conditions have been set,
right,
I am allowed not to know, I'll go around and I'll do the meeting after the meeting, where I'm calling all of my peers to say, hey, I just got told to do this. Do you know what they talking about? And so that oftentimes it's what we call in leaders, it's counterproductive. And how often our organizations are operating off institutions of counterproductive activity, because we don't take time to pause and we say, I don't got time for that. But that 30 seconds up front to provide clarity will prevent you from months of rework.
Absolutely.
That's good.
Spot on, team. I mean, firehouse panel. I think you guys are hitting on what, A, we all know is happening in our organizations, and B, what we've seen become true leadership pitfalls, and then become HR concerns, and then burnout and retention issues for the organization overall. And so in this rapid fire round here, if there is one thing that leaders are doing today that are actually creating burnout but look like reward, what would you say it is today?
Ooh.
I'll go back. I'm still in Lawrence Thunder, the hero, celebrating the hero. When you only celebrate the hero, and look, I like to be the hero sometimes too, right? But when you make that a part of the culture, this is how you succeed. This is how you get, acclimate. This is how you get, put on more projects. You get more visibility by doing more. The person that's sending the emails on the weekends and things of that nature. Then you start to, even for that person who's maybe doing it just to do it, they start to get burnout as well. But you start to create a culture of this is what's required. You have to work 24/7 or be available 24/7. And so it's balancing, right? Like celebrating the hero, but also saying, look, you've been a bit too much of a hero. Like I need you to scale back a little bit. We don't need this much from you. I think a lot of people don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say for me, what we're doing as leaders unintentionally, celebrating the hero, but we're just doing too much. Most of us do not work at companies where we're doing brain surgery or somebody's going to be injured because we didn't push through this widget or whatever it is. We're just doing way too much because we're trying to prove ourselves through our people, and we're not realizing that we hire different types of people for different reasons. We didn't hire many clones. If I had clones of myself on my team, nothing would get done because we'd always be in the sky. Nothing would get done. So you have to again understand your team, create that safety for them to be able to say what their capacity is, but understanding from a leadership perspective what you hired them for and utilize them to their fullest capacity in that area, because then they're going to succeed. The other thing I think we do as leaders is we're still struggling with separating our own success and our own name being out there versus in leadership. Your focus now is on your team's success and their development. And we're burning them out. We're tiring them out because we're, again, trying to get them to operate at our capacity level, our mentality, the knowledge that we have from the boardroom, which we don't convey all down to them because some stuff we can't tell them, but we just expect them to know. So I think at the end of the day, we've got to really focus on, and we're in this position because we got here because somebody else helped us get here. We need to help our teams and focus on their success and stop looking at what's my name going to be at the end of the day. What project am I going to get praised for? Because unintentionally we're causing our teams to burn out.
All right. And one last thing really quick is not just giving people tools to survive broken systems. I think leaders are doing that. They're sending them to trainings and Fred Fryer courses. No shade for it. But also not giving them the autonomy to help redesign the systems that are currently in place. And so access to say, this is no longer sustainable, but also access to asking, what are we really trying to prioritize and what are we willing to release? But then also access to lead in a way where performance and people are not in competition. And I think leaders are oftentimes in the way of that because they're just like, suck it up, buttercup. It is what it is. And that's also coming from their activation in things that they don't have access to, and they don't want to be, somebody brought it up, transparent, that really is the reality they're trying to lead through as well.
Team, thank you so much. It's so good to see y'all. Thank you for making time to be here today. And you have dropped so many gems around how it is as leaders in HR, we should be showing up in the workplace to manage pace, expectations, and capacity across our teams. Thank you so much. Please be sure to connect with all of us and make sure that you are joining and looking into membership with Black in HR, everyone. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.
Thank you to our friends and partners over at the Black in HR. They are doing fantastic work, and the comment section was on fire. So please make sure that you check them out. We shared the link on the chat. We will share it again in a little bit, but you can look them up, the Black in HR. So thank you so much to our amazing panelists. And now it's time to move on to our next panel. And one of the topics that came up or that has come up today is this topic of psychological safety. Okay, so our next panel, it's all about identifying and managing psychological safety risks in the workplace. So for that, I am going to ask our amazing moderator, Aruma. I know you're here. Hey, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Oh my gosh, what energy in the previous session.
Right? It was really, really good. Thank you, Aruma, for being here because I know it's later in the day for you. So thank you so much as always. And I will leave it up to you to facilitate the next conversation.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Prisia. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for all that energy and all the comments. Please do keep it coming. We've got great sessions tonight and tomorrow as well. So thank you very much for joining us at the summit. You know, I can see it's a very diverse spectrum of cities and locations. Our panel is also similar. We are from several continents. As for myself, I'm Aruma George. I've worked in core and strategic HR for close to 25 years, more recently in fractional and core projects. In fractional and project-based roles. And I'm based here in Dubai, and I also support companies in the Middle East. So our topic of discussion for this panel is psychological risk management, identifying and addressing mental health risks in the workplace. So that's a trap we often fall into, right? We treat mental health as a crisis to be managed after it happens. We wait for the burnout and then we offer the solution. So the shift we're talking about today with respect to psychological risk management is more about moving it upstream. Instead of focusing about it being how do we help a stressed employee, this is more about looking beyond just the individual into identifying potential hazards in the systems, in processes, in the structures, and of course in our culture. So we're here to get practical about how we build those environments that don't just talk about well-being, it's also about protecting it by design. And I'm so delighted to be moderating this next session with some incredible panelists, and hopefully we've got them on as well. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me from all kinds of different time zones and so on. So without further ado, let's dive right in. Right. So I'm going to ask my first question, and I will also invite you to introduce yourself before you give your response. So practical first steps, what would be some of those practical first steps for organizations that want to address psychological risks, but don't really know where to start? Can I start with Janet?
Sounds good. Good morning, good evening for all across the globe. Hello, my name is Janet Rico Urig, and I serve Pima Community College as Director of Human Resources with over 20 years in HR across education, nonprofit, and public sectors. My work is focused on building cultures where people feel supported and accountable and able to thrive. My lens on psychological risk management is really grounded in moving beyond reactive support to proactive system design, and looking how workload, leadership practices, communication, and organizational culture either really mitigate or create risk. I approach mental health as both a people and systems issue where HR plays a critical role in embedding psychological safety in early intervention, sustainable practices into everyday employee experience. As it relates to the question, and I don't want to take up all the time, but one of the things in terms of practical first step, I've really found if an organization is just starting, the biggest mistake is over engineering it. We really don't need a complex framework day one. You need clarity, focus, and visible action. So for me, the practical first step is listen intentionally, but differently. Instead of broad engagement questions, ask something that's targeted, like what part of your work feels most unsustainable right now? Or where does work create the most stress or friction? Those can help shift conversations from satisfaction to risk. So that's some things about me and what I think the practical first steps are.
Thanks so much, Janet. Hi. I hope I'm still connected.
Yes, you are. You froze for a bit, but you're back with us.
Yes. Thanks. Sorry about that. Not sure what happened. Sadie, would you like to go next then?
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Tavi. I am an organizational psychologist. I know I have a very complicated name, Thank goodness we're not talking, on last name basis. That would be even worse. Right, I'm an organizational psychologist. I have been working now for the past 10 years with companies around the world on how they can build psychologically healthier workplaces. I actually specialize in doing audits and identifying psychological risks in the workplace. So I'm very happy about this topic. And I also teach human resources management at a university here in Frankfurt. I live in Germany, by the way. And I am also the founder of Work Unlocked, which is basically the consultancy that I've had all this time. And I am very excited to be here with you. Now, to your question, Aruma, my recommendation, my principle is that, we can't fix what we don't know. It's like going to a doctor's office. First, he needs to see, okay, where is the problem? Where do we start? So my recommendation will be either is to identify what is causing the most risk in your organization, either by looking at data that you already have. Obviously, we're talking maybe around topics, data around sickness rates or turnover rates and so on, or even a pulse survey, just one question that boils it down to the most important aspect of work that will give you a tremendous insight and a starting point based on data, not on a hunch or a feeling. And I think from that point on, you will be better off day by day.
Thank you so much. Melina, over to you.
Thanks, Aruma. My name is Milina Petrovic Milosevic, one of the probably two difficult last names to pronounce for some people. I take care, or I lead people development and engagement in Ergomed Group. We are a global organization supporting clinical research and drug safety. I'm a psychologist by education. I'm based in Belgrade, Serbia. So let's add to this diversity of where we are coming from. And what I do in my daily job, and I think I've done a bit of different jobs, and then for around last more than 15 years, I'm in HR. But I think what I enjoy is having the space to work on creating workplaces where people can bring their best selves. What I would like to say maybe as a hat, or that I am wearing in this meeting, or something that I will stand for, is that I don't think remote is the problem, and I don't think resilience is the solution. So it's about how we design work. It's about how we lead people. So going to the question that you were asking, and actually I'm going to echo a few things that Janet and Stavi have raised as well, that start with listening and understanding the problem. So we really need to be honest about this. I think majority of the organizations would like to solve the psychological risk, but they haven't solved it. And that's because the root causes are very often in how the work is structured, not in how people cope with that work. So starting with listening and trying to understand where the pressure is actually coming from. Is it unrealistic timelines? Is it constant reprioritization? Is it the understaffed teams, the particular leadership style or leadership behaviors that we are seeing? But I also want to make a point that when organizations do it well, this phase of listening is not too far away from the first action. And the first action needs to be very simple as well. You need to make the first improvement that is going to show that you've actually heard and that you made some progress, even if it's a minor one, because it's not enough that we invest in different levels of support unless we create certain changes. So if I would be choosing this one thing, I would say, let's stop asking how people cope and start asking what in the way they work is creating this struggle in the first place and how we can change the first thing about it.
Thank you so much. I already scribbled down quite a few points, right? So, like you said, it's about listening intentionally. It's about diagnosis with whatever data is, readily available, and it's also about looking back at how things are designed, rather than again, post something breaking, then having to check what happened exactly. So, thank you. We've got off to a great start with that question. So let me ask my next question to Stavi then, right? And what we'd spoken about, there are multiple steps when we really deep dive into this topic. There's the aspect about early diagnosis. There's making sure it's the right diagnosis with respect to whether it's individual or systemic. And then there's also evidence-based implementation and the success of that. So in your experience, where have organizations and institutions typically gotten it wrong? And what tends to therefore be the cascade effect?
So, in a nutshell, I would sum it down to recognizing distress too late. Then they misdiagnose the cause of the distress. Then they implement the wrong solutions because they have misdiagnosed the problem, and they will never get to the root of the problem. Right? It's like watering the leaves of a plant, but not the roots. Okay. And then the cascading effect that I would see is that employees become more cynical and they become less likely to trust future interventions. And if I'm allowed to kind of deep dive a little bit into it, so I get the call when there are problems. Okay, when it has already come to a point where it's a visible problem, which means that we are already at a stage where we are recognizing distress too late. Okay, and because companies, they treat psychological risk, like only when they see it, when things go well, or when people get along with the overload, then it's fine, right? But once they start complaining, then we have a problem. Then because they don't manage it proactively and they wait, this problem becomes even bigger because it doesn't disappear on its own. Then what happens is when they decide, oh, okay, we have a problem, we need to do something, then mostly, what happens is maybe they do a survey, but they ask the wrong questions. If we don't have a common understanding and a definition of what does mental health mean, or what is employee engagement, how does a healthy employee show up, then we don't ask the right questions. So if we don't ask the right questions, we don't get into the right answers, and then we don't get into the root of the problem. And then when it comes to the implementation, if it happens, because reaching that stage on its own, it's already progress, then what I see is that they misinterpret data, and then when it comes to action planning, they forget to involve employees. And the HR team, or maybe leaders, they probably get together and they start brainstorming and they come up with solutions that they think are the right ones, but they mostly aren't, because there's also problems that happened before. We're already on the wrong page, but also we don't involve people that actually experience a problem. So although, intentions were well, we were unfortunately missing the target. So this is, where I see the problem. And if I also may talk a little bit about the systemic and individual drivers, it is a bit triggering to me. Elena already touched on it. It is a systemic issue, okay? I don't like hearing that people are not strong enough. They are not, or the new generation is lazy. I don't like, this shift blaming into the individual as if the individual doesn't exist in a context and in an environment that keep pressuring it. Whatever machine we may develop that is the best of the best, if we keep pushing it, at some point it will break, right? So it's not the individual, always that is, okay, that needs to toughen up. It's the system that keeps pushing the individual into the system. And unless we approach it on a systemic level, but also give people the individual skills that they need, then we're not going to have a sustainable solution. Into the cascading effect, where, I talked a little bit about the distrust, it starts with the normalization of strain. So what I see is, you hear people saying, oh, that's how it is around here. Well, you need a thick skin to work here, or, everyone is overloaded. Of course, this is our norm here. What else, right? So it starts with that normalization where people kind of adapt into this dysfunction. Side note, as long as we have the dysfunction working, then it survives, right? It continues. And then it gets deeper into the individualization of the problem. So when we say, oh, that's how it works around here, everyone is fine. But then if you start complaining, then you become the problem. It becomes individualized, or you're weak. Oh, he's a negative, he's a nagger, right? He's difficult, he's lazy, whatever word you want to use. And then the secondary risks appear, where we have problems like distrust or like conflict increases, psychological safety decreases, employees leave, mistakes increase, right? Where we have this domino effect. And then at the end of the day, people, A, don't trust that something will change, and B, we have many small fires that started from that one source of the problem.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. Yeah, the labels tend to be more individualistic when it's adverse. And then that also kind of then feeds back into what the culture becomes, which is, elements of distrust and overload. And this is how we do things here. Let me shift to Melina then. You'd spoken a little bit in the first question around, by design, right? And also Stavi talked about context. So in your perspective, what are some of those most overlooked psychological risks in today's workplace?
Thank you for the question. I think, in this panel, there is going to be a lot of similar messaging around this topic, which makes me happy, because I think, we're also the way how we are looking at these things is evolving, and hopefully this keeps pushing forward. But in line with what are the most overlooked risks that I see, there are three that I would like to mention. So the first one is the digital fragmentation. What do I mean by that? So we keep juggling between checking emails, different messaging systems, different tools. And actually, we've started to confuse responsiveness with productivity. It's very difficult to protect this deep focus time for really working on something. So if you spend the day constantly switching, this is not just making you frustrated, it's also depleting partially your cognitive capacity, your executive function, your capacity to make complex decision-making, complex reasoning, strategic thinking. And there was a research that I was recently reading, I think it was from the University of California, that was measuring what's the average recovery time once you've been interrupted in this deep work. And it was 23 minutes. And I was shocked because, at the time that I was studying psychology, maybe it takes a few minutes back, but actually, imagine needing 20 minutes to go back to where you were in terms of intensity of your focus. So that's the first thing that I see. And in a way, I hate when people start talking about manage your time. It's really manage your attention. And how do you protect time to manage your attention? The second thing that I see is a moral injury. This is a term that comes more from military psychology than what we are talking about in organizational psychology. And it actually refers to the fact that people are sometimes put in the situations where they need or they feel that they need to compromise their professional standards. So one example is that you need to compromise the depth of thinking, the depth of analysis, the level of quality in order to achieve more speed, because there are more things that you need to deliver. And all those concepts of like minimum viable product, which I don't want to undermine, they're incredibly important, but sometimes it's pushing people to compromise on some of their professional standards. Likewise, we are leaders in the organizations. It's not always, people look at us as a moral compass in the organization. So I would say, if people see we are not acting in line with the values that we are promoting, this creates an injury. So in a way, this doesn't create stress over time. It creates the cynicism that I think Stavi was mentioning before as well. And the third thing is the role ambiguity. So we're talking about agile world, agile work. We've created these flat structures, agile ways of working to be faster. But however, agile and flat structures sometimes ignore a basic psychological need for predictability. So if there isn't clarity on ownership, and people are not clear of what are the boundaries of their work, this can create a lot of stress. So what am I actually uniquely responsible for, and where my responsibility ends? So, and when we combine the three, so on one side, we get a person that is too tired to think because there is this fragmentation. There is a person that is too cynical to care because they've suffered a moral injury. And sometimes they are too anxious to act because it's not clear for them what really is their role.
Thank you so much, Melina. And what I noticed of the points that you've talked about are these are things that kind of grow on you over time. So they kind of happen in a slow manner. You don't really realize it's coming upon you until suddenly it's like, oh, I start to feel and I'm not too sure what some of that is caused by. It tends to be those extraneous factors, but a lot of it is also how it's built up in our minds. Thank you. Janet, if I come over to you, how do you balance organizational performance expectations? Our previous session was a lot around expectations, space, and so on. So how do you manage or balance organizational performance expectations with the responsibility to protect employee well-being?
Thank you, Aruma, for the question. I think it also points me to one of the questions that was asked in the chat, and how do we organizations define what a healthy employee looks like? So I'll comment on that before I answer your question, because I really think a healthy employee isn't just someone who's not burnt out, right? In terms of the last few conversations of the conference so far, but from a psychological risk management lens, health shows up in how someone is able to sustain performance over time without harm. And so sustainable energy, clarity and focus, the willingness to speak up, engagement with boundaries, and connection and belonging in terms of what a healthy employee really looks like. And so balancing that, then the performance expectations with the employee well-being, I don't necessarily see that as a tension to manage. I see it as a design problem to solve. And so sustainable performance and well-being are interdependent. One of the things that I've seen organizations struggle with is when they reward outcomes without examining how those outcomes are achieved. That's when you really start seeing overwork normalized, burnout overlooked, and short-term wins coming at long-term cost. And I'm in Tucson, Arizona. I didn't mention that earlier, so the United States over here, but I really see the balance coming from a few key places. From leadership, right? Clear prioritization, realistic capacity planning, I think is really important. Leadership accountability for team health. High-performing organizations typically are disciplined about what truly matters and what can wait. It's also important to redefine how performance measures to include sustainability. It's not just did your team mentioned earlier, did your team deliver those outcomes or results? But really, is the results in a way that your team can sustain over time? And so for me, when leaders are held accountable for both outcomes and the conditions of the workplace, you don't have to choose between performance and well-being. You as a leader reinforce both.
Oh, that's fabulous. Thank you. And I'd love that companies would do that. I feel, at least in my limited experience, I feel that it's still something that companies and leaders are working on. But sustainability is the way to go. That's hats off for bringing that in, and I think that helps to build on employee well-being as well. A question for all of you. If a company wants to move beyond just wellness perks and actually manage psychological risk, where do they begin? And what are some of those common myths that stop leaders from addressing these risks effectively? Melina, would you like to start us off?
Yes, sure. And I also want to, this is partially going to resonate with one of the questions also that was there in the comments and on how do you check in on employees and in employee engagement survey. So if we are to move beyond like fruit baskets or different benefits plans in the company or yoga or whatever, I think it has to do with us starting to treat mental health in the same way or with the same structural rigor that we are treating in general occupational health and safety. So with the same type of risk management support. So I've seen in the previous period some kind of this obsession with the resilience training with different companies and resonating with some of the things that Stavi and Jeanette were also mentioning. I would like to reposition this a bit because I think we are trying to treat the symptom and we are not this way. We are not talking about where the employees are, but we should be talking about poor organizational design. So instead of, for me, when you talk about resilience and an individual person, it sounds as if someone is telling you go to the gym and toughen up, build your muscles so you can pull, but you are alone. You go to the gym alone, and this is not changing the type of load you are trying to pull. So we keep asking people to become stronger instead of fixing the real thing, and this is creating a real fatigue. And because even the strongest muscles do tear, I think we need to keep the team into the equation, because the strong team is the psychological buffer to the things that are happening to an individual. It's the interconnectivity of the team. It's the level of trust. It's the level of safety. It's our capacity to deal with conflict. It's our capacity to resolve complex issues together and to be there for each other. So resilience should be an outcome of a well-designed job and a healthy team culture. So it's not the question, are you tough enough for this job, or but is our team and organizational architecture strong enough so that we can protect our people? And when it comes to some myths and I think things that might be stopping leaders, what I've faced multiple times is a leader said, but look, I'm not a counselor. I can't talk about psychological issues that the people are having. That's their private thing. But you don't need to be a therapist to see that your team and an individual in that team is drowning. You don't need to know their private trauma to see that the job demands that are currently there, be it like the deadlines, the fact that their role is not clear, or we talked about this, constant interruption and task shifting and reprioritization. This is becoming stronger than the resources that they have, than the team support, the clear goals, the autonomy that you give them. The second myth, I think, or thing that prevents sometimes leaders, Janet was mentioning it as this opposition in which sometimes performance and well-being are put. So that teams that either have results or they are happy people. But the science actually says something different in practice as well. And it's that the high performing teams are, performing not despite the psychological safety, but because they are psychologically safe. So I would say we need to stop asking people to be more resilient and to focus on how we can build or design work in a different way.
Thank you, Melina. Janet, would you like to go next?
Yeah. I think the opportunity to think of what to move beyond organizations and typically those wellness perks that Savi just said, in terms of the opportunity to move beyond that, organizations can focus on that work design. I know in a couple of different sessions this morning, design has been spoken about, but I really think if we're talking with our organizational leaders on workload, defining expectations, decision-making clarity, and leadership behavior, those then we're able to move beyond that wellness perk idea. If there are a few persistent myths that hold organizations back that I've seen one is, oh, that's an HR issue, and it's not, right? Psychological safety, psychological risk is a leadership and operational issue. So another item that can help benefit that is looking at fixing those broken systems, breaking them down to how is it that we are utilizing our system. So benefits could solve the problem, right? Just as she said, the benefits really only support individuals. They don't fix the broken systems. And another common myth is the belief that psychological safety, psychological risk can't be measured. There are very strong leading indicators that organizations can track. And really the work of psychological risk management is less about adding programs and more about fundamentally rethinking how that work happens every day.
And if I may add one thing to what these brilliant ladies just said, it's not more on the myth side, but rather on the fact that leaders don't have the tools to have these discussions. They don't know how to, in most cases, leaders are technically skilled, they're very good at the job, so they climb up the ladder, but that doesn't mean that they are necessarily also people leaders, so they know how to balance emotions and behaviors within the team, but they don't know how to have mental health discussions. And nobody, when you see someone not feeling well, you may either avoid the conversation because you don't know how to handle it, or they may approach in a sense of, delivery and performance. So I think it's important that organizations also, we go beyond the myth that maybe leaders don't care towards, how do we equip them so that they can help their employees, so that they don't go running to HR all the time and make it our problem to fix the problems in the team.
Thank you. And I think it's also going back to your first point, Stavi, about, taking steps, just starting to show that we're taking steps in that direction. So whether that's leadership development in this area specifically, or system changes, changes in how our job architecture is, those would be steps that employees can see to say, yes, someone's listening and taking action. Yes. I've got tons of questions to go, but we are close to the end of time. So I'm going to try and see if we can get one or two more in, because I'd love to get all of your inputs. I'm scribbling down so many points. So this is a little bit of a crystal ball question. Maybe it's something that you're already, in your experience, seeing on the horizon. But what do you envisage as one invisible mental health risk that may not today be on most leaders' radars, but you envisage that probably in the next couple of years or so, it's going to become a big challenge?
Maybe I can go. I think I don't want to sound stereotypical, because I think a lot of people do talk about AI recently. But I think we are only starting to fully understand how AI is starting to affect our cognitive load and people's professional identity. Because on one side, AI is meant to make us like faster, more efficient, to make work easier. But in practice, if you start leveraging and using it, it adds another layer. There are more inputs, more options, more outputs to review. The famous human in the loop thing, because you know what? You need to actually own what AI is trying to help you with. So people are constantly switching between their own thinking and AI and checking, validating, refining, and that keeps increasing the cognitive load. I think the illusion that we are more productive, that we are creating more things is coming at a cost. At the same time, there is this famous question of, what happens with very junior. There is constantly the talk that like this is risking the junior roles because the expert ones are going to remain there. How are you going to develop a senior role unless they get some of the experience of performing the junior role? So the way how it impacts our professional identity is also something that is important for our own well-being, so people can start feeling less connected with their own expertise, and there can be a subtle erosion of self-trust. So would I come up with this conclusion myself? Who is actually thinking here? Now, I don't want to advocate against AI. Completely the opposite. I'm one of those that love technology. I think it has brought a lot of good to the world, but we need to start being more intentional and thinking about how we are using it without losing the human part of work, and how we embed it.
I love this, Melina. That is exactly what I wanted to touch upon. And honestly, I think people worries should be validated at some point. Besides, and understand that we are going through a change process, and AI is causing a lot of insecurity, a lot of cognitive displacement. People start wondering, am I still gonna be good for this? Do I have any control over my work? Do my contribution even matter? Now leaders expect faster results, better results because you have AI. And it is a state of loss of agency and competence and meaning. Of course, if you can rely on a tool to solve your other problems, and then at the end we are faced with chronic stress and adjustment disorders. Yeah, people need to. We need to take this seriously, and people worry also seriously. I know we have just 4 more minutes. But AI is a big thing, and we need to ensure how do we work together and people having a clear role without being the support of the tool.
I'll jump in and move us a little bit away from AI in terms of the future risk that I think is emerging. It is that disconnection. So it could be invisible disconnection in a hybrid and digital environment, but most of our employees can really appear highly productive while becoming increasingly isolated, transactional, and disconnected from purpose and team. And I think for leaders, that is something that I'd want you to think about in terms of future risk, because it doesn't immediately show up in performance metrics, which is why it could be easy to miss for our leaders. But over time, it'll erode collaboration, innovation, and belonging, which is really important. So organizations really need to intentionally design for connection, not just communication. And I think we'll see this as one of the most significant cultural and performance risks over the next few years, that invisible disconnection.
Thank you. So we've got 3 more minutes, and I'm going to try and get one rapid fire, 30 seconds each, if we can manage it. Your advice for all the leaders and HR teams and HR leaders on the call today. One way in which you would advise them to demonstrate that psychological safety is a business priority and not just an HR initiative.
I can go ahead with this. My answer will be make it part of the evaluation, performance evaluation of leaders. Leaders need to be rated, and not only on achieving goals, but also achieving good health in the team, and not on the expense of everyone's mental health, and also make it part of the business strategy. Yeah, then people will take it seriously.
Thank you.
I can go next. So
Thanks.
I would say, in line with how I was opening the speech in this panel, the talk in this panel, so we need to make sure that people will feel safe, and they will feel safe when they recognize that speaking up leads to change, leads to something getting improved. And if I would be introducing one action in the company, I would say for the next month, make sure that every meeting that a manager starts, that a one-on-one meeting starts with 10 minutes talking around what's making your work hard and how can we improve that.
Such amazing panel today. I think for me, the most effective way a leader can show psychological safety as a business priority is by holding other leaders accountable for it, just like any other business result. When team health, turnover, and psychological safety are reviewed alongside performance metrics, those leaders, it sends a clear message on how results are achieved and that they matter. The bottom line is people don't believe what leaders necessarily say. They believe what leaders are measured and held accountable for. So that's what I think is the single most effective way to help.
Thank you all so much. I thoroughly love this. I've got so many notes to kind of go back and refresh on, but I hope I did see the comments as well, and thank you for addressing some of those. Thank you so much for your active participation and valuable insights. Please do connect with the panelists over LinkedIn, everyone, and we'd love to keep the conversation going. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you so much, everyone. Cool.
Hi again. We are almost done for today, but we have one more panel. And I just want to thank Aruma and the panelists for that important conversation on psychological safety, how to identify it, and how to promote psychological safety in our organizations. Now, we have talked today and yesterday a lot about the foundations of mental health. We have talked about leadership, the role of leaders, manager capabilities, work design. But then what happens when organizations go through change, right? Sometimes there are unexpected things happening. And I think most of us that work in HR have been here, restructurings, layoffs, loss of funding, you name it, right? So there's change happening all the time, and unexpected change can also be a risk when it comes to employee well-being and mental health. So this is exactly where we are going with our last panel of the day. We are going to be talking about change and uncertainty, and I would love to have Brittany come on stage with me. Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. And well, with that said, Brittany, I will leave it up to you to facilitate this important conversation, and I will see you all in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to the final panel of the day. We are going to have a really great conversation. I was listening in to lots of golden nuggets from the panelists previously. I think we're going to continue on, the general themes that were being discussed with the systematic framework that needs to exist. But we're going to go a little bit deeper into the rabbit hole as we talk about change. So my name is Brittany Brathwaite. I'm a people and workplace strategist. I'm based in beautiful Barbados. You can see the sunshine around me. And I'm a proud hacking HR community leader. Generally organizations today face near constant change. We're restructuring, there's leadership transitions, we have AI integration, that's obviously huge. We have uncertainty, anxiety, burnout, a geopolitical situation that's constantly changing. And therefore, when we look at all the things, human impact, and all of these chronic issues, it's rarely managed with the same vigor as the technological or operational changes.
we heard a lot about psychological safety. And one thing, or one critical question that our panel is going to focus on is, how do we protect and promote employee well-being during periods of ongoing and often unpredictable organizational change? And I don't think we should maybe use the word change anymore, because change seems to be the norm in our current environment. And therefore, how do we manage? I should probably rephrase this to say, how do we manage to protect and promote employee well-being in what seems to be our new normal of our organizational change? We really aren't here to debate whether change is necessary or whether it's something that will be ongoing. What we are here to do is to share practical, evidence-informed strategies so that we reduce the well-being cost of uncertainty and really build a change-ready resilience and leading with empathy organization wherever you may be existing. We'll look at a few central themes today. We're going to look at defining well-being, whether that's adoption during change, measuring the well-being or the return of investment on change management, and then the human and systematic side of changeable work. I'd like to welcome some of our panelists. So I see everybody popping up on the screen. Hello. Hi, everybody. How are you? So lovely to have you. So we're the last panel of the day, but I said to everybody, we're going to be fantastic. I kind of gave a precursor of what we're going to be discussing. And I started by saying, quite frankly, that I think change has become our new normal. So we've talked about change management as though it's a separate concept for such a long time when we're dealing with business and people leadership. That's what we are now experiencing every single day, right? Anxiety, burnout, the rapid nature of change, whether it's internal or external, it's just life. So I'm going to start by, kicking off this session so we make use of our time and throwing a question out firstly to Jared, because Jared was the first person to drop questions to me. How are you, Jared?
I'm doing great,
My
thanks.
first question to you is, what are a few key touch points that you coach leaders or people leaders on when they're trying to lead any team just through normal change?
Yeah, well, thank you for allowing me to be on this panel with you guys today. I agree that everything in the workplace is change today. There's no such thing as stagnation or normal. And when I coach clients, I really focus on three core aspects of how to properly navigate what is the norm today. And the first one is communication. Very specifically, what does it mean to build alignment as opposed to just disseminating information? And there's a big difference between the two of those. To be very intentional and careful with the words that are used, because the human brain is designed to keep us safe. That's the concept of fight or flight. And that's a biological thing that we can't change. It recognizes and processes change as threat. So that's really the starting point of what we're working with during change. People are constantly in fight or flight. And they default to pushing back in some capacity. So leadership's job with people in that heightened state is to make sure that people interpret information the right way. And then recognizing what happens in the absence of information, but also balancing that with knowing when too much is too much. And it's really a difficult balance, but I work with them quite extensively on how do you do that. The second piece of what I initially coach on is recognizing that adoption by force will always fail. There's no part of that will be successful. And really, it's a matter of building consensus, even if it's perceived consensus on the part of people. And then the third piece there is just truly understanding that doing all of this well or not has significant direct impacts on the actual success of the business, the financials, the business review, the clients. And it's that balance of communication and understanding the commercial impacts of using leadership EQ to communicate and understanding the psychology of people and focusing on the numbers, that ultimately dictates success. So those are really the three areas that I initially focus on. And of course, there's a lot to each of them.
It's a gamut. Yeah, thank you very much. I really like what you mentioned, with respect to the role that leaders play. I think we often think change is coming, and we have to get honest here. Sometimes I've been guilty of this, because the change is coming, you're part of implementing that change, and sometimes you're so caught up in getting it done, not done right, you're like, okay, guys, the change is coming, just accept it. And that leads me into my next question, and I'm going to pose this to Rika. Please confirm that I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'm really big on pronouncing names correctly.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. How do we create conditions where employees feel safe to say, hey, this change is breaking me. I don't think I'm going to survive this, without being labeled resistant or low resilience or a performance risk? And I actually really need to hear this answer as well.
So yeah, I'm very familiar with this. Let's just get this done. But you're forgetting that it just doesn't work that way as much as you want to just have it finished and done. So I think there's one thing on that is that you don't just do that. You need to be building those conditions over time, and you need to be building that trust over time, not just, oh, okay, now I need to make people feel safe about change because I'm doing the change. That needed to start earlier. So that environment where whether you're a line manager or you work in a HR role or another kind of visible leadership role in the business, that you are known as someone that will listen and that can be present with people no matter what's going on, and you aren't dismissing how they're feeling, and you're not instantly, let's say, trying to fix it or solutionize, but you're willing to like sit there, listen, and kind of take it on board. And another thing that I think will help us, because you mentioned there this, we can be dismissive and be like, well, you're just not resilient enough. And I've heard that in many organizations, but we need to start understanding and communicating resilience as resilience doesn't mean you're not vulnerable and you never find things tough and you're like, steel all the time. Resilience means that you have the ability to bounce back from difficulties. So having a bad day and going, okay, today I really can't handle it, that doesn't mean you're not resilient. It means you're acknowledging how you're feeling, which is actually healthy. And that actually helps you be more resilient. And then probably by tomorrow, because you've felt those feelings, you're probably feeling better tomorrow, as opposed to if you're forced to shove it down and not show any weakness, you're actually less resilient as a result. So those are some of the things that I would focus on.
That's fantastic. I think, often when we are going through the parameters of everything that's happening, trying to keep an organization competitive, trying to manage people, it becomes like a washing machine, right? So you're trying to be the first person through the door with whether it's a new piece of tech or whatever it is. And all of what you and Jared just says takes a lot of time and patience, but also a lot of self-awareness as a leader. So you need to recognize where you're like going like this, but your people need you just for 10 minutes to take it like this and sit with me. And that's psychological safety in motion. That's living and breathing psychological safety and not just talking about it on a panel. So thank y'all. That was good for me to listen to as well. We have a question in the chat. I'm going to encourage everybody who's here with us, drop questions, any nuggets. But one of the questions in the chat is, in periods of ongoing organizational change, many organizations promote well-being initiatives while simultaneously increasing workloads. I thought it was good to kind of pull on that, because in my question to Alicia, it's interesting, you've been known to call out kind of like the gap between AI transformation, hype, and human reality. What's the most common example you see of an organization saying, hey, we care about well-being while going full speed ahead with digital transformation or any other type of change?
Oh, that's a really good question.
I think that from that framing, one of the challenges is that we are viewing it as a transformation piece, as AI in its own work stream, rather than thinking about the fact that what we're trying to do is change how people behave. We're not actually introducing a new tech product. We're actually asking people to fundamentally change how they operate, how they work, the tools that they use, how they collaborate with each other. And with that comes behavior and environment. So we're focusing so much on like the tool and the tech, but we're not thinking about what the environment that we create enables or disenables. So kind of calling back to what Rika was saying there about resilience and what it really means, you know, actually to create the kind of environment for effective adoption of AI, you need psychological safety, because people say, go and innovate, be, you know, experiment, fail fast, like, let's do all of these creative things. And it's like, well, actually, you need the foundations of like great leadership, of psychological safety, of resilience, of, you know, that space to ask questions and be vulnerable. And so I think that we have put it almost in the wrong like stream of work, and we said this is a tech thing rather than being like this is a people change. And that's why I think there's that disconnect. And I think the most common thing that people do, honestly, when it comes to AI transformation and maybe tripping themselves up a little bit, is not being clear about their narrative and not sticking to it consistently. So by that I say, you know what people are inspired by? Like a positive future state. So if you're trying to create transformation, you need to be clear about what positive future state you are creating, and you need to have really distilled it. And I think there's a tendency for the AI piece to be like all hype. Let's copy and paste what other people are doing without interrogating, does this fit with our company culture, our values, our business proposition to customers? Like, does this fit with who we say we are? Because it's very easy for, again, to kind of separate it from like how we operate as a business, to have it in that separate work stream, and then for it to feel inauthentic. And people feel that inauthenticity, and you're not commsing what that positive alternative future you're trying to create is. And that is a risk point for a lot of businesses.
I think we could just like wrap this panel up just with those first three, and we still have two more brilliant speakers to go. But that was really great stuff. I noticed in the chat we have Natalie Fleming, and she says, I want my organization to be resilient. I don't want my mindset as an employee in the workplace as an expectation to be resilient. So I want this for myself personally when dealing with hardships and trauma or challenging situations, to be able to bounce back. But to log on or walk in the building and think you have to be resilient means something is wrong with the workplace. And that's a very poignant point, because we talk about resilience a lot. And going back to what Jared said and what Rika said, when you're looking at people leaders, we use that term resilience a lot, but what is that? Is that a systematic structure? Is that what we expect our people to be resilient even when they are breaking and they don't feel safe to say that they're breaking? What does that really mean when we're talking about resilience? Carol, so if we start to look at the theme of value realization, you know, as a CHRO, you've had to defend, I'm sure, wellness investments to the C-suite. And as we get into the practicality of things, what is the single most compelling data point you've used to link well-being support during a change to tangible business outcome?
Yeah, it's a really good point. As a CHRO in an organization that was experiencing a great deal of customer churn, which was a business imperative for us. But what it did in terms of creating a lot of instability in our frontline workforce, in things like instability in the work location that they would need to show up at, the shifts that they were being asked to work. It broke up relationships with coworkers and teams because they were changing work locations and changing customer assignments. And the workforce was really having a big problem with, like we've talked about, kind of finding that resilience within. So there were a couple of things that we did as a leadership team to really look at how we could impact that. And then farther down the line, what were some of the data points that we could use that would show that what we're doing is actually working, not only for our workforce, but for our business. One of the things that we did is expand a coaching element of our existing well-being program, because we had previously had a lot of feedback from our frontline staff that was one of the most beloved and utilized elements of our well-being and wellness plans. And the second thing that I think was important that, Jared and Rika have touched on as well is really thinking about how we were communicating with our employees during that time, and creating some artifacts, if you will, and talking points for frontline managers to be able to share key messages around the changes that were happening to those work locations and shifts. And those two things together really, I think, helped us navigate that particular change in a customer churn environment. And the data point that we ultimately landed on to look at the increasing value that these two elements had was something that we kind of invented on the fly, and it was a metric around speed to redeployment. So to measure how our frontline employees were ready, willing, and able to move to those new shifts, to move to those new work locations, and how quickly they were then adapting to those new tactics within their work environment was really a key metric for us to show that we were, again, making positive strides in terms of the solutions that we were offering to this particular workforce.
I think that's some great. I mean, it's useful for me, even as a strategist. It's important to understand, one, how you are going to sell what you're trying to achieve, because it takes input, it takes investment if you are really going to be strategic about well-being in the workplace. We always hear people saying people don't want pizza parties, and that's a fact. And they really don't. They want what they need. People actually want what they need, and what they need requires strategy and it requires investment. So how do we also, as practitioners, appropriately sell and ensure that we are substantiating the needs in the way that the C-suite and us as C-suite members can get behind it? So thank you very much for that, Carol. Wael, can you please confirm and pronounce your name correctly?
Well, it's good. You got it faster than my wife. She took a few years. So.
So I particularly wanted to understand this because I also do a lot of work with organizations directly. In your experience advising organizations, when does the volume and pace of change itself become the problem? And what have you done at a system level to reduce the pressure rather than asking people to simply cope with it?
Yeah, no, great question. And then I've experienced that firsthand, I think, right? When you're looking at too many change initiatives at once, I think, right? And they could all be important, right? But the prioritization of initiatives could get an overload on the company, on the employees who are affected, all the stakeholders that are involved. And then, are you really looking at making sure that those change initiatives are not working against each other, canceling each other out, or stepping on each other's toes? You really got to do a lot of coordination there. And not everything has to be done at the same time. And again, the pace of change that is going, right? Ultimately, it does come down to human behavior, absorption, adoption of new systems, new ways of working, whether it's a strategy, whether it's an ERP system, whatever that change is, ultimately, people are going to be the end users of this. And if you go too fast or not at the right pace, you're not going to get the full adoption or absorption of whatever you're trying to change. And ultimately, the results are not going to be there. So it does require patience, but it does require the right level of pace to make sure you're aware of all the stakeholders who are there, who are being affected by this change, to make sure you're prioritizing things. And again, you don't have to change everything, and you don't have to change everything at once also. And that's something where, people get excited, getting into too many initiatives at once to change different things, when you really got to sit back and look a bit forward ahead and see, okay, where are we going with this? And what should we do first? So, and usually sometimes it's too late and things are already way underway. And then, the issues start popping up, right? So especially these large transformations, you get more risk when you're doing these in larger conglomerates, when you're doing it across multiple countries. And that's always something you really have to pay attention to. So, and again, you talk about resilience, right? And you can have all the resilience training you want, and resilience is important, but there's only so much you can bounce back from when there's too much being demanded from employees, and there's too many miscommunications going on with various initiatives that are not supposed to be running at the same time. So again, pausing a bit, prioritizing what change initiatives you have to do, prioritizing, which ones go first and which ones can wait a long time or not even necessary at all, so, and it comes down to the capacity of who are running this, of absorbing it and leading these initiatives across what you're doing. So a lot of homework needs to be done before launching into anything like that.
I think when I see the term pace in the context of change, it's one of those things as a person who's often involved in change management, that's priority, right? Because timelines, where are we with the change? How fast are we going? So when I see pace, I don't actually think about well-being. I'm thinking about how fast are we going to get this project done? So I also think it requires, like a change in perspective for those of us who are leading change. Because I actually thought it was unhealthy when I saw pace as your question. The first thing I thought about is how fast are we going to be successful in a change management project? And that's not it.
Yeah, what is success? How are you defining success? How are you defining your success KPIs, right? Is it employee satisfaction? Is it adoption? Is it getting efficiencies? Is it getting costs optimized as well? So what are you measuring here? And are you measuring the right things in terms of these change initiatives across different areas? So I think that's a key question you have to have in place before you start doing your change programs, right? So it doesn't really help you if all the people are drowning in this initiative and yes, you were ticking boxes, and down the line that change is not going to last, or it's not going to stay where it's supposed to. So it's really putting the right program in place and proceeding with the prioritized projects that you've come to address.
Absolutely. And we have a comment from Sarah that I thought was really important. So she said she just completed her master's in organizational leadership. And her capstone was about strategic priority of well-being in the workplace for retention, engagement, and productivity. It was the number one key finding as the importance of the role of leadership in setting the tone for well-being. She said she did this research after seeing the needs as an HR practitioner for 25 years. And I mean, if you're on LinkedIn for 5 minutes, you see the mass exodus from corporate, right? Literally. There's a mass exodus of also HR practitioners who are leaving corporate. And a lot of that has to do with what we're talking about here, change that they were either championing, but they then faltered or they just couldn't keep up with the pace because the psychological safety wasn't there to actually fail. And this is where I go back to Jared, because we've talked about leaders driving change, but who helps the change managers, right? So managers are on the front line of change, and both change delivery and well-being support. What is one concrete thing in your coaching of clients that you've done to protect managers' own health or well-being during ongoing change?
Yeah, I mean, Stefania just put a comment that says it depends if the top is aligned with how we see it. And by we, I assume we're talking about the people who are doing the work and managing the change and whatnot. But it's a great question, and here we're talking specifically about how the people leaders' own mental health is managed before we give them tools and guidance to help other people. And I like actually using the analogy of an airplane for this one. When you board an airplane and they're going through the safety component before you take off, they tell you to put your own mask on before you put somebody else's on, because if you are choking with lack of oxygen, you can't effectively help other people. And it's the same way here, is we need to focus on the people who are essentially our corporate first responders in order for them to help people. And again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. The human brain's primary function is to keep us safe through fight or flight. What we don't take into account, and what we often forget, is that our line level people leaders are employees as well. They're humans as well. And who keeps them safe? It has to be us. It has to be us who does it. So with my coaching clients, they generally start with ensuring that there's alignment across the leadership team. When initiative is put forward by, let's say, the board or the CEO or whomever it may be at the very, very top, we ensure that the people leaders are aligned, not only the executive team, but maybe the senior management team, and then start cascading it down. And again, I think the biggest challenge there is information isn't just communicated, right? Communication means delivering a message. What's changing, the expectations. We're making sure that they're actually aligned. And we spend a lot of time on ensuring that people, leaders have full understanding of the energy, the why it's happening, the impacts, the energy they're going to have to expend, what their authorities are, what their accountabilities are. We hear them out to understand how they believe it best that they interact with their own teams, because when they help build it, then they're more bought into actually deploying. So there's a lot of intentional one-on-one, two-way dialogue with each people leader. And to Yale's point, that takes time. And having too many priorities moving at too quick a pace can cause people to stumble. And when you stumble at this level, it's like a snowball rolling downhill. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So we have to take some time. But again, I always talk about aligning the opposite side, is we have to recognize that change and transformation is a business and engagement. It's done for some type of ultimate financial reason. And so I think from an HR perspective, sometimes we get a little hung up on saying, okay, well, we need to slow down or we need to do it right, which is correct. But we also need to balance moving at the pace that the business needs us to move at. And so it's not just a one-time conversation with one person or one group of people, but there's a lot of kind of moving organism to ensure that they are 100% aligned. That means in agreement and understanding before we move anything forward. So I'll just leave it at this. Case in point, we talk about AI implementations, and they're often spoken about for efficiency. But the reality is, when we don't communicate what efficiency means to the line level leaders or to the individual contributors, they will assume that finding efficiency means that they are inefficient and that they are going to lose their jobs. So it's necessary to ensure that the leadership truly understands so they can communicate, again, manage that psychological safety within their team, prevent them from feeling that they're in, resilience mode and so on and so forth. I can talk hours about this topic. I'll stop.
I really loved all of what you said, but there was a particular statement where you made mention of intentional dialogue. And it sounds silly but to me, that was like my golden nugget away from what you just said. Intentional dialogue seldom happens.
I know. And it's just like raising a child, right? Words matter. Words matter 100%.
We just stay talking sometimes as leaders, and we stay talking and we talking and we talking and we changing. But how frequently are we intentionally engaging in one-on-one sessions? I think that's really, really important for us to think about. And as a leader myself, I'm definitely going to take that away. Alicia, because Jared mentioned AI, I'm going to hop over to you. When an organization is implementing AI and constant tech change, what does real adoption of well-being behaviors look like? And how is it different from measuring EAP logins or app opens?
Okay, so I think that this is how we can reframe it from like, this is something that people do to this is how we behave and how we work together. So one of the elements, I could speak really big picture on this, but I'm going to try and make it like quite practical and real. So one of those things is there's been some new studies recently that have shown that once a lot of organizations are currently stuck in the struggling to get value from AI, but once you accelerate past that and you are using it well, it's implemented, it's embedded in how you work. It then creates a new element, which is you are so focused on that productivity, you have the capability to do so much with your time that now you're kind of on this like high-speed train, right? So you're using all of those tiny moments that may have been breaks or gaps to do these extra things. You're like, look at how productive I'm being. And particularly with that framing of, businesses are often talking about this being an efficiency driver and about productivity and about, this being about like how fast we can go and how much more we can do. There is a human element to that, which is we're still us. Like we're still just human beings sort of trying to get through our work day. So we might have created more capacity to do more, but it doesn't actually mean that we're doing more with less. We're just doing more with different tools. So the things that we need to think about when it comes to well-being are the behavioral practices and teams and the team cultural norms that we're creating. So for example, setting time aside to take breaks for lunches, to encourage teams to do walking calls. If you're on a one-on-one with someone, can you get out? Can you go and walk along the street, go to a local park, whatever that might be? Can you make sure that between meetings you're encouraging someone to get up, to move, to go and get a glass of water, to do a stretch? Like those were the basics that we talked about during COVID. And for some reason, I feel like we just full on forgot it. We're like, technology, well, that's just exciting. And we just forgot that actually, like, we're still human beings in bodies, we're not just brains that are designed to be, efficient sized or kind of multiplied through AI. Like, I very much believe that it creates great capacity, but we have to think about that added element of, if we are doing more with less, then what is the less at the cost of? And we need to make sure it's not our people. So thinking about that leadership vision, clearly communicating it, reinforcing it through leading by example, through checking in on people and making sure they're not working when they're unwell. Like these are things that I think we have forgotten in the chase of like all this exciting stuff. But there's a really interesting question so I'm part of various groups, including kind of like government advisory groups on like, AI adoption, what is the future of work, on the board of a company that looks at like AI and early careers. So kind of like, who are we trying to be? Right. And there's a common debate, which is, are we the Industrial Revolution or are we the Renaissance? Like, are we creating cultural value? Are we experimenting? Is this the avenue of new and explorative ideas? Or is this just, we've built better machinery, so now people can do more and work, like we're still working long hours? Or is this about creating capacity for more human connection and for time with families? And hey, we can do even more, but like actually it comes at less cost to us as individuals. Okay. Those are questions that I think businesses maybe need to ask. And as leaders, there are just really simple things that you can do to normalize like just good wellbeing practice. And you don't have to separate it from AI, but I think we need to think about them together.
And I loved all that you just said here, because I was reading last night in anticipation of today's session. And, going back to when Winston Churchill was still Prime Minister of Britain and he was suffering from depression, and we talk about Industrial Revolution, he would actually take bricks and he would go bricklaying. And I was like, okay, guys, psychological safety and well-being is not a new concept. Because when people think for a living, there needs to be a break in that. There needs to be well-being conceptualized, whether you're going to go bricklaying with people because it gets your brain to rest, or whether you go to the park, or whether we go for a coffee, whatever it looks like in our context. It means that people at our core have always needed this, but we've just not done a good enough job to move alongside well-being with workforce change. And as far as long ago as that was a reality that existed when psychologists looked into what could help when persons were overwhelmed. It was exactly what we're talking about today, creating spaces for safety to exist. But our time is running short, so I'm going to flip to Rika, and I'm actually going to pivot and start to ask our closing question. So Rika, if I could ask you one thing a leader in this audience can do tomorrow to protect their team's well-being during a period of ongoing change, without adding more to their to-do list, what might that be?
I think that one of the things is, because we've talked about a lot of those things that leaders can do, so I will add one more, which is what you said about the beginning, which we all know very well. Change is now normal. Like there's never going to be a time when, oh, we're just going through this change now, but it's going to be over in 6 months, and then there won't be any more change. Like we need to start moving towards a mindset and helping people kind of come to grips with the fact that change is going to be happening all the time. When we get this change project done, something else will shift and there will be more change. So not only is the change new normal, but we need to build a mindset where we can live with that fact, and we can adjust to that in our expectations. So helping teams do that.
Oh, thank you so much, Rika. Carol, if I throw that question to you.
Yeah, I think the thing that keeps coming to mind for me with having good conversations is really the theme there. You know, Jared talked about having intentional conversations and dialogue. I would really encourage leaders to create a safe space for your team, either as individuals or as a team, to come together and have those real, honest conversations and back and forth dialogue. Communication is a two-way street, especially as you're going through the change management process. I also think it's really important for leaders to remind themselves that they don't have to have all the answers, and that listening is a powerful communication tool for any leader to have in their tool belt. So just being there and being that ear for the organization and for your team members is something that can be, again, very powerful in helping you build that relationship with your team members. I'd also encourage leaders to continue to be mindful about, we talked about prioritization as well. And I think I like to think about change in an organization as being embedded in part of the work. So, you're asking people to continue to do their regular work and this change. And I think we need to, as leaders, be intentional and understanding that going through a change process is, in effect, additional work that we're asking people to do, and be mindful of that and respectful.
That's true. Again, I'm learning today this session, I'm not just moderating. I think it's very useful for me. And I'm going to ask you to close for me. In your advisory space, what do you think is, one critical thing that a leader can take away and start to do today that can make a change?
I think just take something out. You've got too many initiatives going on. Just pause, stop, take what's not unnecessary off, talk to all your people, refocus on the main initiatives, the ground, the basic initiatives that you have to do, the fundamental ones, and know when to sequence these and how do you prioritize all these change initiatives, right? It's good for you, it's good for the business altogether, your overall strategy, have that long-term vision where this company is going, and good for your people ultimately who are going to be stakeholders and are going to be affected on a day-to-day basis for a long time. You don't have to go through change initiatives just for the sake of it every single day or every single year, right? Focus when it's necessary. It could be bottom up, or it could be from a new strategy coming down from organization, and just say, we're not going to do this right now. This is not the most important thing that we need to do. We need to do 1, 2, 3, and this is who we need to be on board. And this is what we need to do, because, great employees could be there and they're going to get disengaged if, they're jumping from one thing to the other, or they don't understand why we're doing this versus that. And 2 initiatives could be going at the same time that are working against each other, right? So it's really having that vision, and it gets more complex with larger organizations, organizations don't hate, transformation. They don't fail transformation because people hate the change. They fail because they keep adding change. They do it too fast, and human beings don't really absorb it, understand it, or buy into it. And that's something really to pay attention to.
I think when you first said that, internally my eyes rolled. I feel like a lot of leaders were like, take something away. But if you really digest everything that every contributor and each panelist has said to us today, that's a really big golden nugget. We need to pause. What is the priority here? 15 things can't be all the priority at the same time. And if we do take a minute.
Yeah, 6 months from now, you're in the middle of an initiative and something happens, right? You got to rewire everything potentially, right? So keep your eyes on what's going on around you, inside and outside the company as well.
I want to say thank you guys so much. Thank you so much to each and every panelist, so for your valuable contribution. There have been so many golden nuggets dropped here today, valuable contributions. The chat has been going crazy, so I think you should please drop your LinkedIn so everybody can connect with you directly. Thank you to the audience. Thank you for joining us for the last session of today, which I thought was awesome. And we look forward to continuing tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Bye, everybody.
What an amazing conversation, and what a day we've had, right? I hope, just like me, you took a lot of notes, and you were able to write down the names of everybody that participated, so we can all connect on LinkedIn and continue that conversation. Now, that was an amazing way to close the day. I want to give a huge thank you and shout out to all of our panelists, all of the moderators that took the time to prepare for today, that share their time, share their knowledge, and share their insights with all of us. Before I let you go, I do want to also give a big shout out to our sponsors of this summit, Deep Care and Leading Pathways Consulting. We really would not be able to do this summit without their support. So thank you so much, Deep Care and Leading Pathways, for making this possible. And we invite all of you to connect with them. I know that we have shared their links on the website, on the comments, but if not, we will also continue to share their links tomorrow. Also another reminder, we will be offering for free all of the recordings to the sessions of this summit, so you will have access to them next week. Now, if you haven't done so, please make sure that you sign up for a Hacking HR account so you can get notification when the recordings are ready, and also notification to download your digital certificate, which you can showcase on social media. Make sure that you tag Hacking HR in social media to continue the conversation there. And if you are a Hacking HR Premium member or Premium Plus member, please make sure that you keep an eye out on your email, because we will also be sharing information on how to get your Credly badge as well as your HR credits. Now, with that said, tomorrow is day number 3 of this Workplace Wellbeing and Mental Health Summit. We will continue to dive into more practical strategies. We will talk about measuring well-being. We will talk about inclusive practices. We will talk about sustainable work practices and accountability. So we still have a lot to cover, and so come prepare, because tomorrow is day number 3 and final day of this summit. Now, with that said, I just want to thank all of you watching us on StreamYard, on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. Thank you so much for your time, for being here with us, and for being part of this global community. Remember that Hacking HR is here to empower the future of HR, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much, and have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow.